Hey guys, I'm just getting everything set up, so you'll have to enjoy the music for a little bit longer. Hello everyone, how are you all going? Good evening guys, welcome to my live stream for the 2022 election. If you could all let me know how the audio is working. I still need to change a few things, so bear with me. But we're going to start the night with the most important poll of this entire election. Okay? The most important poll. I'm just seeing the chats are all coming through. That's good. Good vibes, good Abend, audio's good. Okay, so this, everyone, this is a poll I put to all of you. Rachel mentioned that perhaps, as I was getting ready to come over here, to trudge through the mud to get to my office, because the bloody rain still keeps coming, that maybe I should have a beer or a rum with my live stream, as seems to be tradition when we have these election live streamed. And, well, I put it to you, the viewers of the channel, to ask your opinion. And that is the most important poll, and we're going to jump over here and have a look at it, and let's refresh it right now. So, of the 182 people that voted in the last 30 minutes, and this was enough time for me to go over to the bottle-o and come back, 43% said rum, 25% said beer, and 31% said the sensible thing to stick to water and coffee due to cost of living. Now, I just have to turn this fan off, one sec, and I'll get my rum. So, cheers, guys. Let's crack on to the election. They didn't have dark and stormy, so I got sugar-free Bundy rum in a can. But, you know, she'll do. She'll do. I've only got a six-pack, though. It costs $30. $30. Shit. It's all like Rachel went to the shops today. She just burned through $100 buying nothing. It's just getting nuts. Free thoughts on the rum. Fantastic. And is actually on the wine. Very nice. Benjamin is also on the booze. Everyone just wants Florian to get hammered and angry on the rum. I'm happy on the rum, but you never know. Hey, I may get really angry. There we go. You are Salt. Thank you for joining the channel, by the way, you are, and congratulations on opening your drink. $30 for, it's actually $31 for a pack of 6. Oh, well, guys, you know, this is the new world we're living in. The new world we're living in. Okay. Now, I'm just going to try and, set something up. I'm only streaming on YouTube at the moment, guys. Not on, why are the viewers not coming up? There we go. Not on Twitch. So I'll just keep it nice and simple. I'll keep it on YouTube. And what I thought we'll do is we'll watch some of the coverage and go through a few different things. So has everyone voted? Have you all voted, guys? Have you all voted? Can we can... Oh, yeah, I'll just do it like that. It's nice and easy. Hang on, I'm getting the screens aligned. I'm getting the screens aligned. I haven't done a live stream in a while, so everything's buggered and not set up properly. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me. So let me know what footage you'd like to go, what coverage you'd like to look at, any parties you want to check out. And so what we've got, we'll jump here. I've got the ABC. Let's just do a test check on their audio first.
This disparate group of United Australia Party, One Nation, Greens, and others, you know. So, and part of...
How was that audio? Sky News? Okay, we'll bring up Sky News. Election coverage. I like to jump through a few of them. We watch it live here 3 hours ago. Watch live. Let's see if that works. No ABC. Is this going to work? Come on. Okay. Pepper. Oh, bloody hell. All this stuff with borrowing money and lending people money, guys. So, who do you think's going to win? Who do you reckon? Do you think we'll get Labor or Liberal? I mean, honestly, I think it'd be best if we get a hung parliament and one of the big two has to form an alliance with some of the smaller parties. Okay, hang on, that's...
Through now, and I would say in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll start to get a real sense of what is happening.
One aside, Kieran, is I heard from the seat of Wentworth in Sydney, of course, where Dave Sharma is facing that big challenge.
Can you hear the Sky News, boys? Can you hear them? Let us know in the comments.
Fake independents. There's some pictures circulating suggesting that the Allegra spender...
There we go. So we got Sky. Okay, I can shift them there. So that's working. What are we going? No Albanese, please. Rolf thinks Labor will win. Free is having crap takeaway for dinner. Okay. And the audio is loud and clear. Thank you for letting me know. Generally thinks election fraud is possible. It's not like America. You can have observers and you can check the stuff and you can go and be an observer if you want. I mean, there's a paper trail too. So honestly, I think there's more chance of people just being stupid and not voting the way you want than massive election fraud. You got to remember who you're dealing with. We're dealing with the public here, guys. So let's have a look. Loud and clear. Protest vote against ScoMo. Yeah, that's what Rolf is saying. A lot of people don't like ScoMo, but I mean, does anyone like any politicians? LMNOP says postal vote will select establishment candidates. You think all the oldies will be sending in? Worst case, Labor. No opinion. The worst case, mate, is Labor with a Green. Labor and a Greens minority government. That, I think, is the worst case. I would prefer just pure Labor. What would be really good if Labor loses this election, has to ditch all their woke bullshit. You got a hung parliament with the coalition and one of the minors. Then Labor comes back at the next time with some sensible bloody ideas that more centrist-leaning people can appreciate, because they've got some crazy ideas that some people won't flip to, that are deal breakers. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see, guys. The night is young, and I've already on my rum. Pencils are given for voting. Why not pens? Because they're probably cheaper and they're easier to write on. You're not going to have someone sitting there rubbing it out. There's full of people in these rooms, guys. Every candidate has observers in there observing it. You think we wouldn't have text messages going everywhere? There'd be a huge scandal. They'd be all over it. I mean, these politicians are shitting on each other just over the littlest things. We don't need fraud when people are stupidly going to believe all the shit that comes in the news. That's it. It's just much easier to manipulate people by shifting the news and media a current way, and then boom. You scare them about a whole lot of rubbish, and then they'll jump on board in one direction or another. That's cheaper too. Oh. Dibia, I voted Greens because I believe in ruining the country. Well, everyone has their vote, and I hope all of you were polite to the people there at handing out the propaganda cards. Here they were all doing it in the rain. You want to be friendly to them no matter which party they are. They're stepping up and getting involved in democracy, and it's good to see. It's good to see. I'm hoping people will become more active politically from all of this. I hope, we're seeing them stepping up, people actually taking an interest for the first time, guys, which is good to see. Hang on. What happened to my hair, Mike is asking. This is my normal look, and I just get lazy. So this is what I looked like when my wife and I started dating, and then I got married, had kids, and I just, let it all slip. That's kind of what happens. So yeah. What else are we looking at here? Whilst everyone wants to be a centrist, you can see the secular shift towards less freedom. I honestly don't think I think it's more just people are appreciating what we're actually in at the moment, the country. Hang on.
Presented than the polls suggested all throughout the campaign.
Okay, that's a bit different there. I'm just checking some stuff. So we got 100 people watching. All good. What else? Just wait until the Indians and Asians start their own parties. They're all coming into Australia, look, into normal parties. They're all in Labor. They're all in Liberal. They're all over the place. Look at number 2 running for the Senate here in Queensland, an Indian guy who got shitty at the curries that ScoMo was cooking with his raw chicken curries. Did all of you watch the One Nation cartoon? The last one with the ballot. Mahesh, how you going? Let me know if you watch that cartoon, the One Nation YouTube cartoon. It's bloody hilarious. Frankly, I think Pauline deserves to go back in the Senate just for this one. It's so good. Hang on. This one here, guys. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you check it out. It's bloody brilliant. They've done a really good job with these things. Free thought, never voted Labour in my life. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing, if they come up with good approaches, why wouldn't you? Good ideas, but it needs to be more consensus. It's so divided these days, you know? It's so divided. Justin voted One Nation. Good on you, mate. Opinions are good. The One Nation cartoons were great. Yeah, they were funny. They remind me of the rubbery figures. Remember that from the 80s? Remember that? So let's jump over. What do you want to look at, guys? You want to look at some coverage? We can have a look here. We'll jump over here. Hang on. Is this gonna... No. Wait. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay. So this is the tally room from the AEC. So far, you've got Lib-Nash, National Coalition, 38. Close seats are 7. The Australian Labor Party are 32. Close seats are 3. You've got Qatar with 1. Greens, nothing. Central Alliance, nothing. Independents, 5. 1. Too close to call a 4. And unavailable is 60. So we've got to see how it all goes, guys. Who gets ahead. I really haven't had much time to cover the election this time around. I was, planning to have a chat with good old Stu, see how he's going. We should have a look. Let's have a look at the Hunter. But I've just had too much work on, everyone, and with the house, it's been a bit of a nightmare. So sorry about that. These things happen. Filter seats. Filter closed seats. I don't want closed seats. I want seat summary. We'll have a look here. New South Wales. Hunter. Okay, let's check Hunter. So it looks like two-party preferred TCP for Hunter. So who we have? Labor in the lead. So if they can hold on to it, what are we looking at here in the preliminary results? The Greens are up 1%. There you go. Stu is up 6.26%. So hopefully he'll make a bit of a running for it. Yeah, good on Stuart. What else are we looking here? Chris, love the channel, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And you know what goes well with the channel? Bundy sponsorship. I tell you, I get, as a YouTuber, guys, you get email after email to plug all this bullshit. They don't even know the demo. Demo of the channel is Australian males, 90%, and most of us are 30 years above. That's the majority. How many of you are going to want to play Raid Shadow Legends or some bullshit computer game or mobile game? If I could get a Bundy sponsorship or a beer, but you can't do that in Australia, can you? So it's all bullshit. I tell you what's pissed me off. I keep getting these emails from bloody ING saying, invite your friends and you each get $50. Okay? I was plugging on my channel Self-Wealth, the brokerage, chess-sponsored brokerage, would each get 5 free share trades. Now, I can't do that because I need a financial license to do it, which is bullshit because it's kind of a kickback deal. We both get a deal from it, whereas ING are pushing it on everyone. So that's pissed off with all of that. Bloody ASIC protecting us from innovation, where the Americans can go nuts. So let's have a look. Here we go. Ryan's going freedom-friendly minor parties. Baby, let's shake it up. It will be interesting to see how it goes with the freedom-friendly minor parties. I threw my primary vote for a freedom party in the House of Reps. I don't think they've got any chance of getting in. I made sure to bookend my preferences. But honestly, I would rather they get some financial support if they get over 3%. They're one of the big parties. The big parties don't need the money. The little parties are running it on a shoestring budget. They're people volunteering their time, and they're stepping up and getting involved, and I want to encourage that. Even if, you don't agree with everything they say, even if they don't align with you perfectly politically, even if they're pretty much, a lot of these parties, let's be honest, guys, they should just be bloody lobby groups, some of them, but still, throw it behind it. What do we have a look at? Joe Citizen. No ID, votes in pencil, criminals. Yeah, I mean, you can vote twice. It's the honor system, but are you going to be bothered? Are there people really going to be bothered doing it? So we'll have to see. I honestly think we need IDs for voting. The whole racist arguments of people in remote communities not being able to do it is utter bullshit. You know, you can find a way to make it happen. Yeah, you know, it's a joke. It's really a joke, but that's how the world is, guys. Freedom is going. A lot of people are disillusioned with the majors. Yes, yes. Jim is watching from NZ. Hey, Jim, how you going? How's it over in NZ? Are they letting you out yet? We'll have to see. John, the AEC changes our votes. Do you have any evidence of that, mate? Okay, go and volunteer in a voting booth, record it, find it, then you'll get on the front page of the newspapers. You'll be able to make money off it. Seriously, you know how many people are involved in this stuff? Most people don't give a shit. That's the problem. This is why Australian politics is the way it is. Most people do not give a shit. They just go along with the same thing over and over again. And at least through all of this last couple of years, people are finally realizing how much we've handed over to the politicians and to the bureaucrats. That's what they've realized. So they're stepping up. That's why we have all these little parties getting involved. So, you know, Herbert, his evidence is his mate at work stalled him. Yeah, well, you know, I've only got one rum in me, so yeah, we'll have to see. So anyone, let me know, who wants to check out some preliminary, we'll look at my one. I'm in Moreton, guys. Here we go, Moreton. And it's a pretty safe Labor seat. Let's have a look. How are we going? So previous member, yeah, okay. So Graham Perrott. I saw him once on telly. I remember years ago, he was just rattling off all of the different committees and stuff he was involved in. That's all the pollies do. It's just ludicrous. So there we go. What do we have? Second is Liberal. Ooh, Liberal are down a fair bit in this seat. So they're against there. Greens are up. What do we have? One Nation up a little bit. The Australian Federation Party, they're up. Anning's gone. Remember him? Remember Fraser Anning's Conservative National Party? They got a whole lot of votes all around the same country. I think he's pissed off overseas now, and people are chasing him for money. And the UAP has got 2.5%. So with this here, you'll see One Nation are above 3%, so they'll get funding for each vote. And the others probably won't if it continues like this, but it's still very early. So we'll have to see, guys. And I mean, there you go. They've only got preferences from a few places. But actually, I'll show you. Here's, oh, I don't have the photo of me there. Anyway, but I had a bloody good bacon and egg roll at the voting booth, guys. It was awesome. It was really good. So let me know, where do you want to check? Check Mickey B's. Check Wannon. Where is that? Which state? Tell me the state. Put the state, and then I'll check it. Or is this alphabetical? Oh, crap. Come on. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Wannon, Liberal seat. Okay. We have a look. Previous member. Ooh, Liberal. A 10% swing against the previous member. Oh boy. 11% swing to Independent, who's got 19% of the vote. But we're still looking at, so right now, two-party preferred is still D staying in. But how many votes have they got in? Oh, they haven't got that many. So yeah. Oh, Australia is not real. Just ask if that over. Thank you for the $10 super chat. ScoMo's won, and Australian lizard people are going to make even more from our suffering. Well, you know, it's the way it is, guys. It's the way it is. You gotta make the most of life. Because you're right, we're not real. We're not real. Where else? Where else do we want to look at, guys? WA is still voting. Okay, so we'll keep drinking until that happens. Jeremy supported Fraser Anning. I thought his policies made sense. He just wasn't a very good. I don't think he could read the room. I think he was terrible at reading the room. He's another one of these people that Hanson attracts that just stuff up her brand entirely. Here we go. My seat, Mitchell from EV, 11% against Labor. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. You're in New South Wales, aren't you, mate? Mitchell. Oh boy, there we go. Who's the incumbent? Previous member. Oh, yeah, people are pissed. People are pissed at Liberals, guys. They're pissed. Oh, this is going to be a close call, this one. This is going to be a close call. Oxley in Queensland. Okay, let's check Oxley. Oxley. Here we go. Australian Labor Party. Previous member up. 6.23% against the Liberals. Guys, how are we going? Queensland Greens are up. UAP is up. UAP. It's going to be interesting to see how UAP goes in this election. Our neighbour put UAP as their second preference after Labor, so it's kind of pointless. But she put them in there because, and Rachel didn't have the heart to explain to her how preferences work, but because of the 3% mortgage. You know, it doesn't have to work. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to win votes. That's politics. What else? What else are we looking at here? Moreton Bay. We just looked at Moreton. Or is there a different Moreton Bay? Because my electorate is Moreton, which used to be Moreton Bay, but it moved. So now it's in the middle of nowhere. You need to tell me your electorate, and we'll look it up here. What's this? Who's going to be the leader of opposition if Albo wins, Peter or Josh? I don't know. I've got no idea. The evil one cookie. I've got no idea. It's going to be interesting. Will they get in? Will they get in? I just keep seeing... Free Thought wants to see Groom. Okay, I just keep seeing the bloody One Nation cartoon now whenever I look at these people. Where is it? Come on. Groom. Queensland. Oh! 11.15% against the previous member. So you're looking at Gareth Hamilton coming in, guys. So, I mean, these are still early results, so we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, there you go. What else? Bundaberg, Queensland. Bundy in Queensland. And obviously these are no sugar, but it's definitely not carnivore, guys. You know, but sometimes you've got to, like I had that, what electorate's Bundaberg in? Is it called Bundaberg? This is going to get harder when I have like 4 of these in me. Shit, this is going to get much harder. Oh, come on. Look at this. I barely have one. I don't drink so much anymore, so I'm going to get my money's worth, guys. This $30 is going to be like drinking a carton back in the day. What one is Bundaberg? Guys, let's have a look. Okay. How's luck in WA? Okay, we'll look at this one. These better be real names. Don't screw me around with your weird WA names. You know, like Coburn. I mean, that's Cockburn, okay? You weird names over there. No results are in yet, guys. In WA, we'll have to wait a bit longer. Yeah, nothing's in yet. And remember, this is still really early. Barrowa and New South Wales. Okay, we'll check that out. We'll check that one out. And we have a 10% swing against the previous member. So, I mean, how many seats have we looked at just in these last 5 minutes? The Mandura. Shut up, Yogi. No, that Mandura. What? They've got another dialect over on that side of the country, okay? Anyway. When did we start naming everything with these weird indigenous names? They're hard enough for me to speak English, let alone these other names. I need training. Maybe I need to find like a speech coach. That's it. Okay, Wide Bay, Queensland for Fozzie. Okay, here we go. I can say that. We'll find that bloody one. Wide Bay, Queensland. Wide Bay. Okay, they've counted 11% of the vote, 11.5%. And so far we're seeing previous member a swing against Liberal of 3.41%. Have we seen one where there hasn't been a swing against Liberal yet? Have we seen one? I don't think we have. We have. How is the Soviet Union going? I don't know, mate. I don't know. Bonner in Queensland. Bonner. I've got such a childish mind. I keep thinking that's Boner. I'll grow up one day. I'm over 40. I'll grow up. There you go. Liberal, 7.35 against. Okay, we need to find one seat where Liberal's going to be ahead. We need to find one seat. Here we go. Alina has a bottle of red. Yep. Remember when they had the clear skins, everyone? I remember back in uni, it was the clear skins were all the rage. You get these cheap bottles for a few bucks, and you just get... You're down, I'd be there drafting, drawing, designing with the music going. You're down one bottle, you're down two bottles, and all of a sudden you're pretty pissed already. Oh, boy. But no, good work. Where else? Have you done Lily yet? Which state is Lily in? Which state is Lily in? So we'll have a look. This is gonna be close. This is good. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Come on. Lily. And we're seeing 11% against Liberal again. So are we seeing a 10% swing against Liberal in all of these seats, or are you just giving me all the hardcore Labour seats? Come on, find me a seat where Liberal are going to be ahead. Find me a seat where Liberals are ahead. Legally free. I hope Labour wins. I like the idea of the government paying for 40% of housing. It will help with the house price crisis we have. The only... legally, I just don't like the idea of the government buying into people's houses. It's just going to get even more messy. It's just going to get more messy. Seat of Kuyong. That's the thing. I much prefer the super idea, even though none of them are going to be any good. None of them are going to allow the market to self-correct. I just don't like the idea of the government owning people's private homes. Okay, Kuyong. Previous member, negative 4.45. Frydenberg is, at the moment, he's tipped to win. But they've only counted. How much have they counted? Not much. How's Geelong doing? Let's look at Geelong. With the Cats. Okay, I remember I was a Collingwood supporter when I was a Victorian. When I came to Queensland, I had to do the... What seat's Geelong? Is Geelong called Geelong, or is it another one? What seat's Geelong? Let me know. My post was sarcasm. Well, you got to put the little sarcasm face on it. I don't know. And I'm drinking rum, so you can take advantage of me. Oh. So, hang on, let's have a look. Trent, if people have to spend less on housing, allows them to spend more on other things. Yes. Well, we need to find a way to get off this housing addiction here in Australia. I can't see how it's happening. I can't see how either party would not intervene in the market now. And they use housing to stimulate the economy because it's so effective. Here's the thing. You can make all these predictions in the world. Like, Martin North can have all the stats, all the numbers, can look at it, be completely right. Then the government just goes, nah, to hell with it. We'll change the rules. Everything goes out the window. So what's more likely in the current climate? Are they allowing the housing market to self-correct, or they'll intervene to win votes? Who's the bigger voter bloc? The people that want to get into housing, or the people that have housing? So that's why I'm becoming skeptical about all of it, guys. Let's have a look. So Bill Gates voted for Jackie Lambie. I still see the One Nation cartoon now whenever I see her. That's probably not a good thing. Newcastle, New South Wales. Okay, let's check that out. Let's check out Newcastle. Newcastle, Labor, nothing. Pardon me, no results yet. Labor's down 1.48. The Greens up 4.5%. One Nation up 3.96%. Liberal down 5.24%. So more people are voting for the minors, guys. More people are voting for the minors. Like they said, this is definitely going to be interesting. Hinkler. Okay, which state is Hinkler in? Which state is Hinkler in? Hinkler. Here we go. Independent up 12%. One Nation down 4.59%. Labor Party, well, Majors aren't doing too well, but Liberal, Keith Pitt looks like he's going to win, but he still lost 5% of his votes. So there you go. Do you think UAP could win? No, no chance. Nah, I don't think they can win. I mean, what we've looked at, they haven't had a significant vote swing to them. They may get a Senate seat. Let's see if we can get any Senate results up here. Where do we see that? Senate results by state. Queensland candidate. What do we want? We want Palmer, don't we? Palmer. And Palmer's running for Senate, isn't he? Yeah, he is, yeah. There we go, Clive Frederick Palmer. Yeah, we got nothing in for the Senate yet, guys. We're not going to know for a while. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see. We'll see. Here's the thing, they may send a message. I mean, the UAP in here. I mean, here you go, UAP. They've got 9% of the vote, guys. So the Greens, the Greens are at 5.35. So you've got UAP and Pauline Hanson's One Nation are nearly a fifth of the vote in this seat at the moment. So it's a fair chunk. They'll be able to send a message, that's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, what else? Pub test, I've on 120 votes. What, did you go and vote 120 times? Oh, wait. What's your seat, pub test? Where are you running again? Let me know. We'll find you. Let's check. Let us know in the chat. For the LDP, you're in New South Wales, aren't you? Where are you? Parramatta? Let us know, and I'll keep drinking my rum. Here's the thing: vote for minors, guys. I hope you did, even if you're not 100% aligned to them, because they can use the $3. The big boys can't. Think of it like that. Even if you're, a bitter, jaded person that thinks voting is a complete waste of time, at least you can donate $3 to the people that are politically active and aren't as bitter as you are, and help them out. At least that's how I see it. Free Thought Senate is an important vote. Yeah, the Senate ticket is insane. I went up to 12. The UAP has money. Well, the UAP doesn't need money. That's why I put another minor above them. That's how we'll have to see. What else? Okay, MacArthur. Okay, let's look at MacArthur. MacArthur. Come on. Macquarie. MacArthur. Okay, let's see. How are we going here? Okay, you've got the Greens. 8.41%. Liberals have lost 2%, 28%. Labor, it's a hard Labor seat. You've got UAP, 6.34. Liberal Democrats, pub test, 164 votes. Cheers, mate. Congratulations. Scott, there you go. We've got a budding poly here. If you can get up to 3%, mate, that'd be good. It's a tough climb, though. It's tough to hit that 3% mark. And One Nation have lost some votes, too. The Christian Democrats, I mean, they have fallen apart, that party. It's interesting to see. Animal Justice. Oh, as a carnivore, I hate that party. I'd rather the Greens than Animal Justice, guys. I'd rather Animal Justice. Yeah. So, congratulations, pub. Good work. And I'll crack open another rum to celebrate your 160 votes. Alana, are you live all night? My daughter is asking to watch footy at the moment. I've got six pack of rums. I'll keep going. We'll be here for a while. We'll see how I go. I've been drafting all day on a job, and I've got to finish it off tomorrow, so I can't drink too much, but I'm getting old, guys. It doesn't take much to write off the next day. Where else do we want to look at, guys? Where do we want to look at? Hang on. Legally free. I numbered the entire Senate ticket just so I could put the Greens very last. Oh, shit. That's work. That's a lot of work. I went up to 12. And for my 12th person, I put actually someone I knew from high school was running for a party I'd never heard of. But still, you know, I thought, okay, I recognize the name. He's going in there. But, yeah, well, there you go. Test Eagle. I had the best day bothering everyone by telling them I voted Greens. Oh, there you go. There you go. Pennywise wants Greenwise. Where is Greenwise? Which state? Which state? Let me know the state, guys. Let me know the state so it makes it easier. Greenway, is that it? Greenway? Yep, Greenway. Greenwise. I'm one rum in, guys. I'm already doing it wrong. Shit. Okay, here we go. Liberal Town, 10%. There you go. Boom. Labour. Liberal Democrats, 3%. There you go. They've got funding. They've got funding. Good. UAP, 4%. They've got funding. Labour, 48%. Previous members. It looks like Labour's going to stick in there. And it may come down to preferences, where the preferences flow in the minors. That's the thing. So, what else? Heise says getting drunk. Yeah, it doesn't take much. If you don't drink much, you know, it doesn't take much anymore. I remember back in my uni days, I'd be like sculling a liter of Guinness and going out with the boys and acting stupid. And I once had two mates that were legally blind, and we'd go out on the piss. And I remember we were walking down the street, you know, going from one pub to the other. This is back in the days when you get dollar drinks on Thursday nights. But then a car nearly hit us, and I realized, wait a minute, I was letting the blind people lead me to the next pub. Very mature, yep. You got to learn these things. But, you know, it's part of life. You know, I don't discriminate against anyone. I get drunk with them all. Okay, I shouldn't be saying that publicly because then my children will learn about it. Gippsland in Victoria from Macca. Okay, let's have a look at Gippsland. Gippsland, the Nationals. Previous members up 0.88. One Nation, 9.18%. So they're getting nearly 10% of the vote in some of these seats. So One Nation is on par with the Greens, guys. Liberal Democrats, again, 3.43%. They've got funded. There you go, at this stage. The Labour Party, oh boy. Well, it is the country, you know. People actually work. I'm going to get in trouble, aren't I? I'm going to get trouble. Aaron wants to look at Ballarat. Okay, let's check out Ballarat, mate. Ballarat. We go to the mine. Sovereign Hill. Sovereign Hill. Where is Ballarat? It's not in Brisbane. Is Ballarat the name of your electorate? Yes, it is. It's right here. Okay. Ooh, a lot of people. But hang on. I got to get another rum. That's nice. Okay. The Greens up 5.63%. Come on, what's going on in Ballarat? Should know better. Liberals down 4.9%. So it's not a 10% swing. Independent up. The Australian Federation Party up. Well, they exist now. UAP 4.17%. They're down. One Nation 4%. Liberal Democrats 3%. There you go. So Liberal Democrats are getting a decent showing in some of these places. They're getting funding. They're getting funding. Sonny S. Cheers. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Aaron, no, I did Lib Dems. What do you mean? That's good, mate. You're helping them get money. They're not going to win. That's the thing. The miners aren't going to, they're not going to win. Oh, look, Rachel's watching. Hey, honey, how you going? If I come home drunk, it's your fault. You suggested I get the rums, and that's how they voted, so it's not taking much. I only had one. I'm already feeling it. Oh, boy. Okay. Darren wants to know, Cunningham in New South Wales. Okay, mate, let's check that out. Let's see how they're going there. New South Wales. Cunningham. They've counted 13.46% of the vote. What are we looking at here? A swing against Labor of nearly 8%. Liberal Democrats up 2.15. Liberal swing against. So here we're seeing this again. It's going to the minors. They're swinging against the majors, going to the minor parties. Now you may feel frustrated that you're not getting your minor party up. Okay, people who thought Clive Palmer would be the Prime Minister, one, don't understand how the Senate works, and were really overly optimistic. But it is going to send a message. What I'd love to see one of the majors forced to make a deal with one of the minors to get balance of power. That's what I want. I don't want, shit, imagine if Greens and Labor had to get into bed to make Parliament a minority government. Shit. Boy, could you imagine? Mate, maybe we'll live through it, guys. Maybe we'll live through it. Maybe that's what we need to experience. A generation needs to feel a Labor-Greens coalition running the show for a few years. Boy, maybe we'll see it. It'll be interesting, What are we looking at? What are we looking at here? Free thought. I voted for Campbell, then Clive, then Pauline in the Senate here in Queensland. Okay, good. Good. I honestly think Pauline has more of a profile than Campbell. I don't know how Campbell will go. Rolf is going 76 to win. So far, Liberal at 46 and Labor at 42. And Ben is going, we'll find out tonight. Yeah, we will, mate. We will. Or maybe not. If it's a hung parliament, it may be a bit later. Okay, what are we looking at here? Simon, does this mean we'll get rid of Dan? Oh, that's in the state election. People vote differently at state and federal. They'll vote differently in state and federal. So you may not get rid of Dan. I'll be surprised if you lose Dan. There's a lot of people who want to kiss his ass in Victoria. They love him. They love that jackboot, that authority, and he kept them safe. I'm meeting people now that have caught COVID, and they've felt sick, and it's just to them. They're saying, "Oh, glad we had the lockdowns." So it's so 2019, guys. What else? What else? Any info on postals? No, I don't think we'll get that yet. Hans is asking if we'll have a hung parliament. Hopefully we will. What else? Here we go. Ginley's predictions. Morrison will win in a narrow margin. I mean, what would Labor have to... just think about that. If Labor bugger it up 4 times in a row, what will they have to do? How will they even be able to sort it out? Actually, here's a question, guys. What about the New Liberals? Where are they running? Does anyone know? How are they going? Let's let me know if any of them are running in your seat. We'll have a look. That economist that's on YouTube, we should check him out. Which seat is Craig sitting in? Isn't Craig Kelly's running in the Senate? Isn't he? Okay, we should have a look here. Hang on. Can I find this now? Nope. What's this? Pub is saying there was a reference that over 50% are postal, so tonight could mean nothing. Yeah, that could be it. We may not know. We may not know. Candidate search. Okay, let's look at Kelly. Craig Kelly. Okay, I want to look at that. How's he going? Previous member is up 5.6. He's only got 7.9% of the vote. You've got 16% for independent. Oh boy, Liberal are down. Independent, down. Who's looking at winning? Jenny, the Liberal. So it looks like Craig may lose, which I'm not too shocked in, to be honest, but, that's it. He's in the House of Reps, yes, yeah. What else? Hang on. What else are we looking at? Rolf is telling us nationwide it's 50.1% Labour, 49.9% Liberal. Yeah, well, Liberals getting screwed. The quarantine camps didn't get built not to be used. Oh, don't worry, mate. They'll use them for Olympic accommodation, probably. They probably should. Probably better than what they'd have otherwise. Maddie's asking, where's the nuclear party? I saw them. Aren't they running in the Senate? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Senate results haven't come in yet. We've got a super chat from Jeff. Thank you very much, mate. The best thing about the election being over is that we're not having to hear, there's a hole in your budget, dear Labour, dear Labour. There's a hole in your budget, dear Labour. I was singing that today. And I barely watch television. I saw it on YouTube ads. Hitting stacks. Oh, Mike Martin's viewers. Fantastic. You should both get on good old Mikey's Discord. How's he going? I should talk to him again. I haven't touched base in a while. His how he's been treated in his little country town by some people it's a bloody nightmare. You know? Free thought, the IMOP party. The problem with the IMOP party is a lot of the people don't know how to vote. They literally have just been donkey voting their whole life, and they had to teach them how to vote to get votes. At least that's what the candidate was telling me when I interviewed her back in the last election. Let's have a look. Dear God, Matt has got that song stuck in his head. Yes. The bullshit never stops. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Legally free. If I ever become the dictator of Australia, I'll figure out who all the Greens voters are and stick them in the quarantine camps. But so they like it, I'll rename it Green Communes. Oh, well, you know. Honestly, I think the majority of people who vote Greens are probably in a very comfortable position in life or are not young and naive. So they won't really, the burden of the impact that their vote would have on the greater community will be something that they could sustain, so it won't impact them, so they won't care. Or they're too young and naive to realize. They just think they're voting for the good guys. Or maybe I'm just an old boomer to think like that, guys. You know, maybe I am. Hang on, what are we looking at? Justin, who cares about budgets? We can just print free money. Yes. NVIDIA is telling me Senate results are starting to populate. Okay, let's refresh here. Where do I see the results by state? I want to see all the... Oh, anyway, we'll look at Queensland, the most important state. A little bias there, but still. Okay, Liberal has 2, nearly 3. Labor Party has 1. The Greens have 4. Oh, we'll do it by quota. Liberal, Labor, Pauline Hanson. Now, I'll be shocked if Pauline doesn't get in. Honestly, here's the issue with particularly Palmer and UAP here in Queensland is that Pauline has a proven record, proven brand, and she's got the best cartoon series out there. Do not kid me if you don't think that's won us some votes. I mean, honestly, how many of you would vote for her just to make sure those cartoons keep coming? It's been brilliant in teaching people about politics. Okay, hang on. So let's have a look. Then the Greens, UAP, legalized cannabis, Australia. I was talking to some people the other day about, you know, everyone who wants to get pot legal. Because I was discussing how expensive cigarettes were. You know, a carton's paying a mortgage. You know, what these people who are pushing for legalizing pot don't realize is the cost will go up significantly. You know. Liberal Democrats. So that's Campbell right there. So he's pretty far off. Unendorsed. The Indigenous, the Aboriginal Party of Australia, they've got 10. The Great Australian Party, Animal Justice Party. We'll have a look here. Citizens Party. And there you go. Going right down. There. So let's have a look at New South Wales. We'll look at their results. Nope, New South Wales. Hang on. Okay, let's check here. Socialist Alliance. I mean, oh boy. Oh, decriminalize, not legalize. Okay. I haven't been following it, to be honest. Heise says you should start a Heise party. We've got too many parties. I mean, how many of you have filled out the bloody Senate thing? There's just too many parties. Here in Queensland, you've got One Nation. You've got the, libertarians. You've got Clive Palmer. You've got all of these people with similar freedom parties. They're not coming together. You need an alternative. It's dividing resources and people and votes. It'll divide votes, and the preferences will go shoehorn. Or what people will do, like our neighbour, they'll put Labor first and then Miners second. So Liberal Nationals nearly have 3. They've got 2.8. Then Labor, 1.46. Then the Greens, 0.77. Then One Nation. Shooters and Fishers. They're pretty left, the Shooters and Fishers, when you look at some of their policies. Then the Cannabis Party. I don't blame people wanting to get stoned, though, with the last couple of years we've had. Then the Liberal Democrats. Okay. Let's look at Victoria. Let's look at the results per quota. Liberals have 3. Labor has 1.4. Then the Greens and then One Nation. So the Greens are, One Nation is coming up there now as the 4th party, at least in the Senate results. It'd be interesting to see if they can get some other senators in there. Notice we haven't seen UAP. Where's UAP? There you go. UAP, oh, not too close. Not too bad. Liberal Democrats are down there. Cannabis, Shooters and Fishers. Yep. Hang on. Let's have a look at WA. Is there anything in? Nope, nothing yet. South Australia, Liberal, 3.6. Labor, 1.2. Greens, and everyone. Then Pauline Hanson. Seems to be running the same way, doesn't it? Although, isn't pot already legal in South Australia? So you think there'd be a higher support for it. Tasmania, how are the Tassies going? 2.5 for Liberal. Then Labor, 1.4. The Greens. So are people pissed off at Liberals in the House of Reps and are still keeping them in the Senate? Is that what it is? Jackie Lambie, 0.6. All the Greens are always going to be high in Labor, aren't they? Always going to be, in Tasmania. Then Pauline Hanson's One Nation. Shooters and Fishers. ACT, it's going to be Labor all the way, won't it? There you go, Labor. They're the closest. Then David Pocock. Then Liberals. Then the Greens. Then UAP. Then Kim for Canberra. Legalised cannabis. Unendorsed, sustainable. Animal justice. IMOP. And Australian Progressives. There's no One Nation running in Canberra. Well, there you go. And NT, what's coming in here? Let's have a look. Country Liberals, 1.26. Labor, the Greens, the Stoners, the GAP, Liberal Democrats, yeah, all over. So, okay. Let's have a look here. What else? What else? People are talking about monkeypox. Oh, come on. Is that something to be worried about? I'm watching it. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure a Bundy rum will cure you. Just man up. Okay, what else? Where else do you want to look at, guys? Maranoia, is that a division? Division? Okay. Queensland. Where are we looking at here? David Littleproud is well ahead. But he's had a tiny swing against him. Now, compared to some of the other seats we've seen, a 10-11% of swing against the Liberals, he's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good. Pauline Hanson, they've lost a bit. UAP is up 8.37%. Okay, not bad. What are we looking at? We'll look at Byron. Byron, okay. Okay. Byron. I bet you the hemp party we bloody to the moon in Byron, eh? Is it Byron Bay or is it somewhere else? Probably somewhere else. I'm making a fool of myself, as always. Come on. Is Byron a division? Doesn't look like it. Let me know. Let me know in the chat, guys. Pardon me. Corrie in Victoria. Okay. Corio. Liberals at 30%, Labor's 69%. Yeah, Labor's getting it. Previous member down 6.46. Liberals are down. Socialists, 3% Socialist Alliance. What is wrong with that seat, Trish? Is that where you live? Why you got so many socialists? The Green 17%. Shit. Wow. Boy. 17%. Animal Justice, nearly 3%. Liberal Democrats, 4%. They're getting funded. UAP, 5.23. Boy, you're a minority in that seat if you're the right side of Stalin, that's for sure. Boy, you know, this is a seat where you're going to be the first people to eat the bloody bugs, okay? You'll be eating the bugs. You'll be the bug eaters. The Greens will be animal justice people. Go, you eat bugs. You eat bugs now. You like the bugs. Oh, I'm not even 2 rums in, boys. I'm not even 2 rums in. Okay, what are we looking at? Laurie wants me to look at Jagga in Victoria. Jagga. Am I saying that right? Come on, Jagga. Okay, 61 Labor, 38 Liberal. Yeah, previous members hardly down, hardly moved. Liberal, 10% cut. Guys, we're going to get a Labor Party in. Are we getting Labor in? Is ScoMo gone? We'll have to see. Rolf is saying, I'm getting results from Anthony Green on ABCT. Sometimes he gives a seat away, and then results change radically, and he removes it. Oh, it's a bit of all over the place with how he gets it. You had a polling booth in Old Parliament House. Very cool. Did they burn it down again? Have they repaired Parliament House? I hope they have. You know? Maybe they need to do a smoking ceremony again and set the building on fire, hey? Don't get me going when I'm drinking. Flinders, okay. Flinders. Victorian. Only 11% have been counted. Liberals are down. We're looking at getting Zoe back. Liberals are looking at holding it. Independent up. Other down. Yeah. Not much action there. It looks like it may stay with Liberals. Rolf is telling us so far, Liberals 45, Labor 55, Independents 5. Oh, shit. Let's, here we go. Let's put some Greens goodness on. See what they have to say.
Yes, look, we've been campaigning really strongly in seats in
Let me know how the sound is, guys.
Brisbane, as well as seats like Richmond in northern New South Wales, and there's seats like Macnamara that we mentioned here. We've been campaigning.
How many of the guys that are voting Greens and supporting it, do you think they're doing it just to get laid? You think that's a thing? I bet you'd have to be like 80% of them. What do you reckon?
Of those other seats, the pre-poll across the country, but especially in those seats, was pretty big. So we look, I guess, cautious optimism. Wait and see the results of the pre-poll, though.
Adam Bant, it's Annabelle Crabb here. Look, this is at this stage, it's not an election. It looks more like a key party. You know, there's votes going everywhere to minor parties at the expense of the major parties. I'm interested in your observations about what's happening in Queensland in particular. It's only 3 years since the Stop Adani campaign got a bit of a clip around the ears from Queensland, and now you're winning lower house seats, having huge swings even in the seat of Dixon. How do you make sense of all of this?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, we laid out a pretty clear strategy.
His voice even sounds effeminate, doesn't it? I mean, you can just hear it there, can't you?
For example, they've knocked on every door and had over...
Is he the one that had his, like, a servant from overseas take care of his kids and then bitched about low wages? Was he the one? I can't tell. They all look the same to me.
But also elsewhere. This is secondly on some key questions, economic questions, cost of living questions. We've offered a real alternative. We've been really clear during the course of this parliament, but also as we've been running those campaigns, look, don't give Clive Palmer a $9,000 tax cut while people are living in poverty and can't afford to get their teeth fixed. And unlike the others in parliament...
Can't afford to get their teeth. I'm just thinking that One Nation cartoon.
Doing things. And it's thirdly, on climate, you've seen on the ABC Vote Compass and elsewhere how much of an issue it was for people, and I think there was a real attempt from Liberal and Labor to bury it as an election issue, and we were really clear about the need to tackle climate by tackling coal and gas. But I spent a lot of time together with someone
100%, mate. You know, I'm on the rum now. This is when we get, you know, the real results. You know?
We need to get out of coal and gas, but do it in a way that supports...
We need to get out of coal and gas. That's a huge portion of our fucking economy, and they want to... We need to get out of it. No, we don't! We don't! Wind and solar are not the solution to the climate issues. Nuclear is. Oh, bloody hell.
In the parliament and outside the parliament.
If we get Labor and the Greens...
Performing the role of the...
I hope not. I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed. We'll be in trouble if the Greens get more seats. Yeah, you know. Hang on, I got a super chat here from Simon. Is there any chance we could end up with Michael Pompey as Defence Minister? I don't know what's going to happen. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
By the Teals in those Victorian and New South Wales electorates and to the Greens in Brisbane. What are the overlooked demographics that this big voter shift represents?
Look, I'm really pleased and excited to see the results coming in for some of those independents, those Teal independents.
I thought Teal was an insult, that they're fake, fake Conservatives to steal votes and just be Green Labor minions. Isn't that what it is? Do we have to listen to the Green thing? Yeah, we should. We should, because they might be influencing our country, Trish.
For the last few years, and as well as the results,
they might be influencing.
Also seeing some really strong swings in places.
Why are rich inner city folks in Brisbane voting Greens? Well, how many people? Well, because the Greens' policies won't impact them. They have enough money to deal with it, and they don't realise their civil servant jobs or their university jobs are going to be fine. They don't give a shit. It's like our Greens, one of the Greens councillors here in Brisbane, getting angry about a development that was happening near an Indigenous site in Ipswich. It would have been cheap housing for Brisbane, you know, maybe only $500,000, and the inner city houses of his constituents were worth over $1 million to $2 million. And they're the same party bitching about housing affordability. So, oh boy. Okay, let's cleanse ourselves with a bit of Sky News.
And we put up some
Let's
of
see
the
how they're going.
figures for the likely Labor wins. So they're starting to get very, very confident here, I would say.
Likely Labor win, guys.
Some of that nervous energy being released, but the wiser heads keeping a lid on it.
Look, I think that's a fair assessment. The mood is definitely lifting here at the Labor Party event, and across the board, Labor's.
Waleed called a Labor win. Okay.
Would have wanted it, but it seems
Labor's screaming ahead.
Good in those seats where it was needed, in those crucial target seats. I mean, remarkable to see Wentworth falling to a Teal independent. We've now got 2 Teal independents out of Sydney.
Oh, crap.
Melbourne. It looks like...
Oh, shit, guys. There you go.
Will win in
Look at that.
Certainly looking ahead there on the latest numbers coming
Look at that.
It also looks like Labor is going to win in Higgins. So, these seats were once the bedrock.
We thought I can't super chat. It's okay. You don't have to. Thank you very much.
Metropolitan cities.
It's all good.
The foundation of the Liberal Party, and these seats are now going in very large number to independents or to Labor. Quite extraordinary.
Oh,
I got to say,
crap.
I think
if we
two
get
important points here.
Labor with their fixed bloody the Greens with their fixed rent.
This diminishing of the primary vote for both major parties is really the story of this election. Of course, the coalition vote falling more than Labor's, but both major parties on the nose and the independent votes on the rise around the country. That is a big story in this country because that will affect our politics for a long while to come, certainly for the next 3 years. And just reacting to Wentworth there, that's terrible news from my point of view, coming from Tom Connell.
Wentworth. What's happening in Wentworth? Let's have a look. Boy, guys, it looks like we may have a... It won't be easy with Albanese, yeah. Looks like we may have a Labor federal government. I mean, it's been 4 years, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Does this guy call the racist? He probably does. Yeah, be good money. You know, the Greens want to add dental to Medicare. You know, I didn't realize for a long time, and I'm going to admit something here, that you didn't have to pay to see a doctor. I've never had private health cover, and I just go to doctors and I just have to pay. Rachel was just sorting out, organising, booking it in for me, and we were going to a doctor where you had to pay the gap or whatever. I just thought that was normal. I thought you always had to pay like $50, $100. You know, so now I'm hearing people are getting shitty about having to pay for these other things. I guess it's just the privilege I've had. I haven't really needed much doctors or medical stuff. I haven't needed it. And the other day I went to a podiatrist because I was getting a sore in my foot because I'm walking up and down through all this mud. And he's going, yeah, mate, you're over 40 now. You're going to have these things more often, which kind of sucks. So let's have a look. Who's paying for Labor spending? I mean, is that even an argument anymore, guys? Doesn't matter because Liberal have just gone nuts with it all. So Heise thinks he's Peter Garrett. Who's Peter Garrett? Should I know who that is? I've had too many rums. Hang on, I'll look him up. I should know who he is. I know the name. Hang on. I know the name. Let's check him out. Oh, yeah. Very attractive man. But his stupid bloody fat bat scheme killed people so he can get stuffed. You know, that's the thing. Midnight Oil and bloody, comes into politics and then starts killing young men with his stupid hippie bullshit scheme. So I'm not Peter Garrett. Yeah, he can get fucked, to be honest. Yeah, that's people died for that stupid scheme that's going to have no impact at all on the environment for these houses. The houses will all be bulldozed before the embodied energy in the insulation you put in there is actually going to be offset by the power savings. You know. Anyway, let's keep going. He's a tree hugger. Yeah, well, obviously, trees are probably more important than people to some of them. So let's watch a bit more Sky. We'll see how it's going.
Freedom parties, once again, hacking away at the vote there. So it's about relevance and what the major parties have been saying and who they're speaking to. So there might be some early lessons for the Liberal Party here. There's certainly
Andrew's
some lessons for...
WA going to come in and it's going to swing to the ALP, a big L for the Libs. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it, guys.
Labor. One final thing I want to say about Wentworth.
Let's have a look at Wentworth. Wentworth has gone. Previous member. There you go. It's gone to a teal independent, guys. Hang on, let's have a look. What else? Give us a Kalgoorlie update. Okay, let's look at a Kalgoorlie update. So, now what we want to hope for is Kalgoorlie a division? Where's Kalgoorlie? Or you mean Kooyong? Kalgoorlie? Let me know exactly where you want to go. Curtin in WA, we'll have a look. What independent left or right? They're all left. They're all left. Curtin, WA. Nothing yet. WA, nothing yet, guys. Nothing yet. Let's jump back. Let's look at what ABC is saying.
So they've got 54%. If I can use my computer, because on the computer I can see what my projection numbers are. At the moment we're projecting...
Greens could win 4 seats.
Labor on 29 and the Greens on 23, and that's a 5.3% swing. You can go through the change in vote that's occurring there. The Liberal vote well down, the Labor vote up, the Green vote is static, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing, 5.3%, and we've got the Labor ahead. It's a bit more counting to come, but at the moment, it's very difficult. That's a very difficult seat for the coalition to hold.
Anthony.
Mike is saying voters aren't voting. Logically, it's a protest vote because they hate ScoMo. Why do people hate ScoMo that much? I mean, he's a politician. Do you expect to like him? Honestly? I mean, come on. Oh, shit. If we get a Green Labor government, it's going to be interesting living in Australia. A lot of people are going to learn. We're going to learn. Hey, maybe it'll be that socialist utopia. Maybe it'll work this one time, guys, you know? But, you know, learn how to cook dog.
Let me look at that overall figure again. That is not at all. I mean, the news poll this morning, I think, was 34 for the coalition, 35 for Labor or something. Those are not the numbers we're seeing here. They got the Green vote right. One Nation UAP is a bit higher.
Everyone has dodgy teeth. I mean, how often do you guys go to the dentist? Seriously. I mean, I go, once every couple of... Now I go more often, but I hadn't gone for 7 years. I didn't have a hole or anything. Carnivore diet, boys. Seriously, carnivore diet. Then you don't need to worry about your teeth. It's that simple.
Computer comes up with...
Hang on.
A prediction. You have to go in and look at it.
Well, that's why we pay you the big bucks.
I'm about to look up my error.
Ben's asking, where is One Nation? It looks like Pauline will get a seat. Will get a Senate seat. I'd be shocked if she doesn't. Hang on. We'll go to quotas, results by state. Queensland. Yeah, there you go. They've got 0.84 of a quota. She's going to get a seat. Pauline will get in. Oh, Darren, carnivore diet down 15 kilos. You know what? I think that deserves a rum. Yeah, it does. Cheers, Darren. Down 15 kilos. See, that's some good news. That's some good news. Whatever happens here, we'll be fine in the long run, guys. Even if it's 3 years of Labor and, you know, and the Greens, it won't make that much difference. It's the bureaucrats who are fucking it all up, to be honest. So, you know, that's good news. Darren's done something to change his life. That's positive. And that deserves me drinking a rum. Cheers, mate. Good. That's... Doesn't take much. You might need a dentist after all those rums. Nah, she'll be right. She'll be right. He'll be good. He'll be good. You know. Keto or carnivore is good. Yeah, I'm not on a ketogenic diet tonight, everyone. This is not ketogenic, drinking a six-pack of rum.
Chinese language seats, or seats with the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. How do the swings in these seats compare to what we're seeing nationally? We'll take a look. Down the bottom is the national swing at the moment, 1.9% towards Labor on a two-party preferred basis. Now have a look at what's going on in these seats of the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. So in Chisholm, it's 5.5%. In Reid and Banks, let's have a look at those seats, Parramatta and Deakin as well. You can see that we're seeing much bigger swings towards Labor than the national average swing at the moment, except in the seat of Parramatta. It's a little under. It's still a swing to Labor at the moment, which has just changed since about 10 minutes ago when we looked at it, but it's not quite at the national swing, and that may be because of the particular factor in Parramatta of the candidate, Andrew Charlton, being dropped in and some controversy around that. But
oh, well, there you go. There you go. Let's have a look. Florian the piss tank. Yeah, I can't hold my alcohol anymore. This is what happens when you switch to the carnivore diet and eat healthy and don't drink anything. When you hit the booze, you get your money's worth. And we have to do that now. It cost me $30 for a six-pack, guys. So you need to just stop drinking and only save it for special occasions so you cheap money. Honestly, this is why young people use drugs. Because it's cheaper than getting alcohol. That's the problem. They've got all these taxes on alcohol, so they go more dangerous drugs. I would suggest before you worry about legalizing drugs, make alcohol a bit cheaper. But, you know, they don't want to give up their taxes. Anyway, let's have a look. 3 years keto and fasting. Yeah, I'll probably have to fast after this. Let's have a look, guys. Edited 3 months, sober for 10 months. Fantastic. That's. I mean, I am having a drink and enjoying myself because, you know, this is a special event. It happens every few years. I don't encourage people to drink alcohol. You know, it's not a good thing. It's not healthy for you. It's a bit of fun occasionally as an adult. And if you've got you know, if you've been drinking too much, I encourage you to not drink. You know, so good edited. You know, Crystal is saying brew your own. It's not that hard. I've tried it in the past, and it's been a disaster when I was a kid. I don't think I can do it now. Maybe when we get back in the house, but not with all our kids. Hitting stacks. Heise, could you do Watson, New South Wales? Okay, mate. Let's check that one out. Let's check out Watson. What do we have here? No, all good. All good. Watson. But honestly, with the age demo of my channel, I'm not too worried about influencing a bunch of young people. Most of you are all, you know, old bastards like me, or old enough to know better. Or you're old enough to experience how shit a hangover is. All the you know, little punks under 20 that can just keep powering on. Yeah, that disappears, boys. That disappears. Every 5 years it gets worse. Liberal down 3.8. UAP up 4.8. Labor down 1%. Who are we looking at getting in? Tony. Labor's going to keep it. What else? So hang on. Alania, I'm drinking. Labor is leading. Yeah, well, we're probably going to get Labor in. It's going to be Albanese. You know. Here we go. No diet crap, just basic whole foods. Walk 30 to 60 minutes a day. Yeah, I mean, that's you eat proper food, like non-processed shit. You cut the sugar out. Okay, you cut the sugar out and you are active. That's going to be awesome. You'll be surprised how much of a difference that can make. You know, that's a lot of it. What it takes. Time for the stein of coffee. Yes. Or we'll get Rachel to bring me one once her sister comes home. But we'll see. What are we going? Hang on. You are Saul. I make my own beer 40 cents per stubby. Yeah, but the problem is you'll drink it then. I mean, this is the first time I've had a drink in forever. And someone mentioned drinking at the German club. I will organise that. I think it'll be a good event. You know, we'll do it as a networking event. You know, so yeah. Hitting stacks. Watson small guys isn't strong enough, but the overall trend, Labor Liberal still down in terms of voters. Yes, I mean what we're seeing here is in all of these seats, people are pissed off at Liberal, and a lot of them are throwing it to minor parties, and you know, there you go. That's sending a clear message. I mean, my ideal victory would be a coalition with one of the minors, one of the freedom parties, a coalition between those two. That'd be great. Second preference is Labor without the Greens. Or second preference is Labor with a freedom party. It's not going to happen. But Labor without the Greens. I would really have loved Labor to lose, to have to refresh their whole brand and get rid of some of the woke garbage, but I can't see it happening. You know, I can't see it happening. Let's have a look. Darren's going, yep, stein of coffee, no sugar. Yes, that's it. That's it. Straight up. Sugar is poison. Yeah, it is. And it's in so much stuff. It's in so much stuff. It's in everything. Because it's so cheap. So cheap. Hope Albo remembers his policies. Yeah, that's it. No, I mean, it's not going to be that bad, guys, if we get Labor in Parliament. You know, it will be okay. Here we go. Alani is talking about, no, not rice. Chinese have high rates of diabetes. Yes, well, so did the Egyptians because of all the wheat, and India too, because of all the rice. And yeah, diabetes is terrible. Rolf is going, is it too late to vote for Putin? Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. Andrew, how's your electorate going? We're going to be guaranteed Labor. And again, hang hang on, we're in Morton. We're in Morton. It'll be Labor again. He always gets in. We're a very our electorate's funny. You've got some really, multicultural mix here. You go from, you've got a Muslim suburb, you've got a Chinese suburb, then you've go right over to like the, inner city toffs and greeny wankers as well, all in the one electorate. So you get such a diverse mix of people here. And the problem is, you get a lot of the minorities will throw their vote at Labor because of, my racism and all that rubbish against the Liberals. But, I mean, how are we going here? There you go, Liberal down 9%, so they're getting hammered. Previous members up, the Greens are up. Holy shit, 23% Greens. Oh, boy. Well, damn. Pauline Hanson's One Nation, 3.5%. Federation Party, 1.66%. UAP, 3%. So UAP and One Nation are getting funded. The Green... Oh, why do we have so many Greens in this seat? I mean, we are relatively close to the inner city, but still... Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I mean, Graham will get in and sit on his committees, and I don't know what he does. I know he wasn't sitting in the room when they did the cash ban debate. That's what I know. He wasn't sitting there when they were debating. There you go, my representative. Oh, well. So Zulu's off to the pub. Thanks. Take care. Have a good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't drink too much. Andrew's a fellow Sunnybanker. It's not a bad suburb. We're great. We're close to the city. We're close to the Ipswich. We're close to the Gold Coast. I really, really like it, actually. It's really convenient. And we're close to the metal recycler and the concrete disposal. I can get rid of my concrete for like $20. So, yeah, it's good. Hang on, what else are we looking at? Dixon. You want to look at Dixon and O'Connor? Okay. We'll look at that first. We'll look at Dixon. What are we looking at here? Peter Dutton. He may get in. He's had a swing against him. Where's Labor? Has had a swing against them. The Greens 14.16. Looks like we'll keep Dutton. Voldemort will stay in, guys. Christ bearing. Bean Act. Love the channel. Thank you for your support. What do you mean by Bean Act, mate? I don't know. Let me know. Dixon. Aaron wanted me to look at Dixon. Let's check out Dixon, guys. Let's check out Dixon. Dixon. We just looked at that, didn't I? Hang on. There's another one. O'Connor, that was it. Show us O'Connor. Let's check out O'Connor. Come on. I need some, music in the background. WA. Nothing's in for WA yet, guys. Nothing's in for WA. Do you still have the Freedom Party running there? Or the WA West Australian Party? Oh, yeah, there you go. Interesting to see how the separatists go. What else? Here we go. What's this? There are no Australians left in Sunnybank. Yeah, they are. Yeah, mate. Crystal, you can see these second-generation Asians speak with a completely Aussie accent. That's it. That's how it is. Oh. Okay, let's check out a bit of ABC.
So,
okay.
Given we may not know the result tonight, that's interesting to watch if that bellwether status holds. Of course, bellwethers never determine election result. They just happen to be coincidences. They tend to go with government.
Okay, Bennelong, the former Prime Minister John Howard's seat. John Alexander, the current member's retiring. There's a margin of 6.9%. Simon Kennedy's running for the Liberals and Jerome Laxale for the Labor Party.
This one's close. Simon Kennedy has 40%. Jerome Laxale.
Okay.
38%.
Let's go overall. Yeah, looks like Labor are going to win it, guys. Let's see what the Sky Boys are saying. Let's see what Sky is saying. Come on. We'll let that
Tom
update.
Connell, our Chief Election Analyst. Tom, what have you got for us?
Kieran,
haven't been on a dinner break. We've been talking to the Brains Trust out here because we've been moving up towards a big call here. Let's first of all talk about why I'm making this call. So let's start off in New South Wales. The seat of Reid here, this was always a target seat for Labor, the biggest one in New South Wales, and it's going the way they hoped. 27% of the vote, that's a good chunk there. You can see Sally Situ picking up that 3%, but Fiona Martin losing 10% at the moment, and an increase in the Greens vote there. The Greens vote getting about 7 towards Sally Situ. She gets to 48. From there, it's a pretty simple path for her towards a two-party preferred. So on these numbers, we're calling Reid for the Labor Party at the moment. Then we look in Chisholm as well. So let's look down to Victoria, the seat of Chisholm. This previously been a knife-edge seat here. I've hit Tasmania there. Let's head to Victoria instead. So the seat of Chisholm, again, held by Gladys Liu. So again, 20% of the votes come through here. You're seeing a small swing towards Karina Garland. This seat is held by 0.5%. Look how much Gladys Liu's losing there, 8.5%. And you're seeing an uptick in the Greens vote there. That's only going to help Karina Garland. On those numbers, Karina Garland doesn't need any preferences after the Greens vote. So as we go through this vote, you're seeing a big swing towards Karina Garland, and we're saying that's a Labor victory in that seat. So Labor wins Chisholm.
I mean, if Labor lost 4 elections in a row, they'd be completely screwed. So Rolf is telling us 76 to win so far. Liberal have 47, Labor 62, Independents 4. So I honestly would say the best outcome tonight is that we don't have Labor forced to make a coalition for with the Greens. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, it's not going to be that different between the others. You know, that's the thing. Hang on, where are we going? Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Oh, and thank you for that. I think you gave a diamond thing, Free Thought. Thank you for the diamond picture. It doesn't come up on my vMix chat thing that I bring into here, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. And it's helping. Oh, and hang on. Hugglebert. Bump sniff. Sent a super chat. Hang on, let's see if I can find it. But anyway, I'll read it to you here. There you go. Stuffed up my last message, damn beer. My biggest fear is Greens getting any type of power. The Indie is giving them a run for their money in Woona and Victoria. Okay. Yeah, that's... But here's the thing. If the Greens get power, then we'll learn we'll experience what it's like. Maybe this is just a generation needs to learn what it is. We're all old farts. How many of us remember the last recession, even as children? How many people have never lived through a recession, don't know what one is? But no, thank you very much for the super chat. Sorry if I'm missing them. It's just what happens when I'm trying to bring your chats in. What else? Labor's going to finish off Australia. Nah, Gary, I don't know. I mean, think about it. Look at what Liberal have done. Look at how much debt they've racked up. My biggest issue with Labor is all of the woke bullshit that they have. You know, and Albanese has said he's not woke. He's not woke. You know, so hopefully, you know, a lot of that rubbish is going to disappear. Hopefully. We'll have to see. And most people know it's all bullshit, don't they? They just jump through the hoops for the sake of it. But you know, you kind of grow out of that. We'll have to see. Justin, can we storm Capitol Hill in Canberra? Aussies can't be buggered doing that, mate. You know, seriously, you know, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's way too much effort. You know, we'll just, you know, get the tinny out and go camping or fishing or something before that bullshit happens. You know, recession. You know, what the one we had to have. Are you talking to someone else? Maybe. I mean, recession's coming. What will Labor do? Do you think Labor's going to... Here's the question I put to you. If we have Labor in, do you think they are going to be less likely to support the housing market than the Liberal Party? That's the question. You know, are they going to be less likely to intervene, less likely to prop up the market? That's the thing. Richie is going, if voting ever changed anything, it'd be illegal. Nah, mate. It's just the mainstream. Most people just follow the trends. There you go. We had an update. I'm very optimistic about Albo. I don't know. I have a few rums in me, so I'm not going to be... I'm just over all the doom and news, guys. I'm sick of it. You know, people just focus on it. You'll see YouTubers will just keep on going with the doom and news again and again and again, and I'm kind of over it. You just got to make your way through the path. It's not the end of the world. Honestly, in all seriousness, the difference between Labour and Liberal is so little, it's not going to make a difference to most of us. You know, it's going to screw up some people. They're going to stuff up the economy. They're going to intervene and rack up the debt even more, and we're kind of, you know, we're fucked. But we're fucked either way. I mean, come on. What's interesting is seeing the people step up in the minors here, and hopefully that can lead to an ideological shift. I mean, what's going to happen to the Liberals if they've, you know, been pumped out? Maybe there'll be some changes. Maybe they'll adopt some of the policies of all of these freedom parties that stepped in to kind of win back some of their voters. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the next state elections too. You know, so we'll have to see. Uncommon sense. Recession is inevitable regardless of the new leadership. Yes, I mean, yeah. You know, we'll have to see. Dan's asking, when's the news going to become positive? Never. It'll never become positive because positive news makes no money. As a content creator and YouTuber, you get no views when you do anything positive. No one gives a shit. No one watches it. No one clicks on it. It always has to be negative, negative, negative. That's what people click on. That's what we're hardwired to seek out. So that's why the news has a complete bias to it. You know, I've tried. I've done positive articles. No one gives a shit. No one watches. You want to hear the negative stuff. It's all going to shit. It's all going to end. You know, the world's going to crumble. It's never that exciting. It's never that exciting. Christoph, don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. Yes, that's it. That's it. Bow down to more Chinese takeover and push the climate bullshit harder than ever at the end of the day. Yes. That's what I really worry about. More taxes. You'll get more. Climate change is just more taxes. You know, apparently taxes can solve all of the world's problems. We don't need nuclear energy. We don't need innovation in sciences. Just more fucking taxes, guys. That's all it takes. You know, that's it. Just tax, tax, tax. So your cost of living is going to go up. And here's the thing: people need to learn about it. Albo is a dweeb. Yeah, all politicians are dweebs. I mean, come on. What's wrong with that? The username you didn't expect, hang on, wait, is saying the whole vote is a farce. Doesn't matter who wins, there's still going to be an overpaid, self-important sociopath. The vote is just a veneer of legitimacy. Well, the problem is, I would say, more in the bureaucracy. It's more in the bureaucracy. We can't shift out the bureaucracy. It's all the culture there, you know? That's it. Dan Andrews is worse. Yeah, but a lot of people love Dan. They love him. People think that the lockdown saved their lives. That's the reality of it. People think that. Okay? You may think, okay, you know, I've got a stoic mindset. You know, if shit happens, you live your life. Okay, if I'm going to get the virus, I'll get the virus. I'll either survive or die. That's life. You just go on, do what you have to do. Other people think, oh, thank God for our politicians for saving us. I'm not making that up. There are people like that. There's a lot of them. It's kind of scary, you know. Drastic. I don't think I've heard Flozza drop the F-bomb. Oh yeah, the wrong spring. Yeah, I'm misbehaving tonight. This will be demonetized by. Oh no, hang on. What are we in? We're an hour and 40 minutes in. Yeah, don't worry. It's only the first 10 minutes you got to behave on YouTube, and you know. You want me to look at Launceston? Okay, mate. We'll look at Lonnie. I like Lonnie. Lonnie's a great city. I went there. I used to work for a firm that had their office in Launceston. It was great. Is Lonnie a division, though? Is it a division? We'll look at Tasmania. There's only like 50 people that live in Tassie, isn't there? Where's Lonnie? Is it a division? What division is Lonnie in? Let me know. Let me know, please. Here we go. Pete, I followed you from the very early days. I often disagree with you, but great to see your streaming election night again. Greetings from Berlin. Thank you very much. Berlin. I tell you, I actually went to Berlin just after Rachel and I first started dating for a university trip. And as I was leaving my apartment to get on the plane, my shoelaces broke on my boots. And they looked like Doc Martens. The only laces I had were white ones, so I put these white laces through my Doc Martens, and I didn't realize that was sending a message. So a bald guy walking around with Doc Marten boots and white shoelaces, yeah, I didn't realize what that meant in Berlin. But I had an awesome time there. It's a great city. I've got to go back. Florian, do 7 to 50. I don't know what that means. Give me the name of the electorate. No postcodes. None of that bullshit. Give me the division name, then I can search it. I'm on 3 rums, boys. You know, you can't give me bloody postcodes and no West Australian names with your stupid pronunciations. You know, if anyone lives in Cockburn, I feel sorry for you. Okay, what else? Alania gets angry at Dan Andrews. Yeah. Climate change hasn't even ranked highly in the electorate. Yeah, people are concerned with food, housing and childcare costs. Yes, I mean, that's why our neighbour voted Labor, childcare costs. Of course, more government is going to make it even worse. Let's have a look. Gordon J wants us to look at Brandon. Okay, hang on. Wait, we want to look at Launceston first, though. Launceston electoral division. Yeah, what seat is it? I don't give a shit about all this stuff, Google. Come on. Bass. Okay, it's Bass. There we go. Bass. I should click on the first bloody thing. Previous members down. What are we looking at? Independent up. Lambie up. The Greens up. Liberal up. Who's going to win? Looks like Bridget. Kathleen, you're going to keep your Liberal. You're going to keep your Liberal. Percent counted. Depends on the seat. What else? Hang on. Oxley, Queensland. Okay, let's look at Oxley. Queensland. Oxley. Here we go. Liberals down 6%. Yeah, guys, this is a Labor victory. Labor are going to take it. They're going to take it. You're getting looser with your old age. No, it's the rum. It's the rum. Childcare is cheap. You talk to most people and climate comes up more than you think. It depends on the people. Yeah. I mean, people don't understand what embodied energy is, so all this bullshit that they think we're doing won't make any difference. Or do they even realize how many coal power plants are in China? That everything we do will make no difference. All we're going to do in Australia in addressing climate change is going to increase our cost of living. That's it. That's all it is. So the poorest Aussies are going to be the ones that cop it the most. Can you do a lefty screamer video tomorrow when Labor wins? I don't think I can. I'm probably going to be hungover, guys. I'll probably be sleeping until 12 o'clock, okay? I'll be sleeping at 12, you know? Master Pack wants me to look at Brisbane. Okay, let's look at Brisbane. We'll look at Brisbane. There you go. Hang on. Independent. Central Alliance have got one. Cata's got one. The Greens have got one. There you look at that. It's Labor. A Labor win. So it's not going to be easy under Albanese. But I think, honestly, a lot of it has to do with people pissed off at ScoMo. Okay. We want to look at Brisbane, eh? Oh, I hope it's not Greens. Brisbane, Liberal down 10%. Greens 28%. Shoot. So Madonna, Labor Party are getting in. They're getting in. I need to go. Luke's pissed that the Greens got seats. Yeah, mate, that's it. Seat of right. Okay, right. Let's look at right. Okay, guys, I need to do a toilet run, and I will just put some ABC. What would you prefer while I go to the bathroom? Do you want ABC or Sky News? Let me know in the chat. You know? Why has it been raining for 2 months? Because it's a wet season, and I've got a construction job to do. What would you prefer? Hang on. Oh, Mark Layton has got in. But isn't Mark Layton's in the state legislature? He's not running. You know? Sky. Okay. I'll put the Sky on and I'll go to the bathroom, come back.
If with the Greens or whoever else...
Be back in a sec,
part
lads.
of the minority.
That's right, Kieran. I mean, our intention is to be a majority Labor government, and we're still in with a shot to do that. You know, there are seats like Deakin and Longman and Dixon and others that are still in play. I think we need probably another 90 minutes or so, or 2 hours or so, to see how some of those are playing out. We need to see those pre-poll votes, I think. There's going to be some enormous pre-poll booths. I know that from my own community here in Logan City, and so we need to have a look at that. But we are still a show here to get to a majority. It's too early to say whether that will be the case or not. I think we can scratch off the list a Morrison majority at this stage, but all of the other possibilities are still in play.
Jim Chalmers joining us live from Logan in Brisbane. Thank you. Appreciate that on a busy night for Jim. Murray Watt, what's your latest? We heard there from Jim Chalmers a number of those seats that we've got to wait on. Have you got any further steer that you might be able to give our viewers?
Yeah, in Queensland terms, one seat we haven't talked about is Leichhardt, and I'm hearing that there's been some encouraging swings in some of the Cairns beachside booths, which would normally favour the LNP. It's going to be difficult to get enough of a swing there overall, but that's certainly encouraging. And Brisbane, we've had more recent figures through, including some of the big pre-poll booths that basically have the Greens and Labor neck and neck for second and third. I would expect the next pre-poll booths to come through to favour Labor, which would probably nudge us into second place, and then we would expect to do better than the Greens on postals as well. So I'm still feeling pretty hopeful about Brisbane. It looks like Longman we're a little bit behind at this stage. Maybe that will change as time goes on, and I'm chasing.
So what did I miss? Anything exciting happen?
Interested in what's going on in Dixon.
We certainly are.
Yeah.
Dixon, for those viewers who are unaware, is the seat of Peter Dutton. James McGrath, that has been a marginal seat for, well, certainly the whole time that Peter Dutton's been the member. He's got to grapple with that every
It
election.
won't be called tonight.
Every election, and he never stops campaigning.
You don't reckon?
So
there seems to be a pretty consistent
team
shift to
behind him.
Labor.
It's the same with Luke Howarth next door
in every seat.
And Terry Young.
A pretty consistent shift to Labor everywhere. Matthew, did you flush Heise? Yes, I have a porta potty. Don't ask. I'm on a construction site, guys. I'm on a construction site. Is Mark Layton a state leader of One Nation? Yes, yes, it is. Capricornia. Hang on. Mark Yates asked a good question. Where is the question, Mark? How is Frydenberg going? Let's check him out. Let's check out Friday in Kooyong. Kooyong. He's looking at losing. Monique Ryan. Frydenberg has 5.8% against him. The Independent, Monique, 40% of the vote. There you go, and she'll get the preferences from the Greens. Hinch. Hinch was such a disappointment. Such a bloody disappointment, you know. Childhood hero, you know. So there you go. Looks like we're losing Frydenberg, guys. Flozza is gone at make baldy jokes. I've got a video from my other channel about this. Apparently being called bald is sexual harassment in the UK. And all the media's just played it up because it's funny, making fun of men. But it really has got more to do with a shit workplace environment, you know, and bullying. So yeah. Capricornia, Queensland. Let's check out there. Let's check out there. If you haven't subscribed to my other channel, check it out. Although I'm struggling to keep content up on it. Russell Robertson. Hang on. For the Australian Labor Party is down. It looks like we're going to get I'm up, got 1.3%. There you go. One Nation is down. Previous member. Looks like Michelle will get in. We'll get in there. What else, guys? What else do we want to look at? Looks like it's going red. Yep. Dick Smith for PM. Oh, yeah. His Vegemite that no one bought. You know, his Vegemite that no one bought. Hinch sold out as soon as he got into Parliament. Yeah, you know, it feels like it, doesn't it? I voted for Fred Nile. Hasn't he? His party's fallen apart. Is he still running as an independent? Check out Flynn in Central Queensland. Okay. Standard mining and industrial region. Okay, let's check that out. Let's look at Flynn. Flynn. Where are you? There we go. What do we have? Colleen. Where's she for? Labor's up. Greens are up. Why are there Greens there? Great Australian Party's up. One Nation down 7%. Independent up. UAP up. Liberals down. So it looks like we're getting Colleen Boyce in. So Liberals are probably going to hold it, guys, in Flynn. But still, their votes are going down. Male pattern baldness has no boundaries. I mean, you know, I'm getting all of these like YouTubers I'm watching, and they're all getting these sponsorship deals because I must be in the age demo. You know, middle-aged gamers who are going bald. So it's all, you know, use Keeps to keep your bloody hair what you can and getting in real fast because they want to FOMO you in for losing your hair. And I'm just going, you know, guys, just shave your bloody head and be done with it, okay? No one gives a shit. Come on. Don't be such a bloody soy boy. Oh, I'm going to lose some hair. Whoop-de-doo. Here we go. Fisher in Queensland. Yes, Fisher in Queensland. And go to bed drunk. I probably will. Fisher, let's have a look. Looks like Andrew's going to win it. 59%. One Nation is up, nearly 1%. ALP is up. Previous member is down, but they're still at 42%. So yeah, it looks like it's going to stay in Liberal hands, guys. What else? Bob Catter. Let's see Cook. Yep. Let's look at Cook. We'll look at Cook, guys. Come on. Cook. In New South Wales. Yeah. Liberal. Or Scott at 62%. Yeah. I mean, they've taken a hit, but it's still going to be a Liberal seat. Hang on. Let's have a look. What else? Mike is 57 and I still have my hair. I feel sorry for you, Mike. You've spent so much. You've probably spent a house in just haircut costs. Our free thought is going too many freedom parties. Yeah, that's going to divide the vote. You know, that's going to divide the vote, honestly. Darren wants to look at Sky. Yep, we'll bring on some Sky. Let's see how they're going.
By the former journalist Zoe Daniel, as we just called it then, Goldstein to Daniel. And the teal incursion continues, Andrew Clennell.
Well, I've got to say, I know there's no love for the Teals on this panel, and maybe justifiably so, but you look at a sort of a third force in Australian politics like the Australian Democrats were in the 1970s here, off the Liberal vote. Don Chipper, former Liberal. You're looking at 6 House of Representative seats, if you count Indi, potentially for this. They say they're not a political party. They sure as hell act like one. And that is an extraordinary result. When did the Australian Democrats or the Greens get 6 seats in the House of Representatives?
Teal, a bunch of greeny soy humans. Are they all aligned? I thought they were just, you know, get up Labor stooges. Am I wrong?
Well, they probably didn't have the money of a certain Mr.
$12 million.
You know, Daddy's money behind him. You know, behind the campaign.
Political parties raise money, though.
Yeah, haven't you got to have a hard look at yourselves rather than complain about this? This is reality, and as I say, this is what we've had to deal with the Greens chipping away at us for years. And You know, all the...
I mean, it is a look at the scoreboard moment here, Jay.
Yeah. No, we will be having a hard look at ourselves.
Offshoot of the Greens, hey? Some left-leaning Liberals and Labor. I thought Liberals and Labor were already left-leaning.
And we've got to look at, I think both major parties have to look at the fact that the combined
Andrew wants to
major party vote is going
bring
to
on
be
the hung parliament, eh?
65%. So Australia is split into a centre-right group, you know, centre-left Labor, and then a third who are everything from fake independence, these teals, to One Nation, to the Greens. There is this...
Heise says, are you buying Luna? No, I'm not. I did. I bought $20 worth and I lost half my money, hoping to buy the dip. But, I mean, I was gambling. You know, I wouldn't consider it a gamble. I wouldn't buy that shit, guys.
Sort of this rainbow coalition out there.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the coalition could certainly use with those 6 seats. You'd almost be in minority government.
Kieran, I've got a birthday in Pierce in Western Australia, 6.3% swing to the Labor Party, which will be big and starts to warm me towards Rich Show's confidence in a majority Labor government.
We've got out of Perth,
wow.
so 6.3% to Labor in Pierce.
There you go, Labor. And Free Thought is going, we're doomed. We're not doomed, Free Thought. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's just, honestly, for most of it, it's going to be more of the same shit. That's what it's going to be. I think this is a protest vote in many ways, honestly. You know, oh, BitConnect. I'll remember that one. Oh, boy. I don't know. Let's check the crypto prices, lads. Nope, not that. Coin market cap. What am I doing wrong? How are we looking at here? Oh, there you go, under 29. Yeah. Tether's still not at $1. There you go. There you go. It's going down, guys. It's going down. Let's check, see what the Greens are saying.
Right, that 20
sorry, ABC.
Statement during the course of the campaign. I think it is one that since we've got into this much more difficult environment with China, and as Trade Minister previously, I well recall the challenges that tension grew and built.
Sure, but prepare for war is sort of on the incendiary end of, you know, diplomatic language, don't you think?
I'm not saying those comments help, but nor do I think it's just that flicks it. I think there has been a gradual emergence of tension and issue there that reflects the ongoing tension in the relationship. Now, as government, we've been at the forefront of having to justify and explain that tension.
Yeah, but we need... Think about it. If we have... How long has it been since people have experienced Labor government at a federal level? You know, they need a taste of it again. They need a taste of petrol going up to $5 a litre. You know, we'll have to see.
I tried to make sure we reinforce that it's not with the Chinese people and certainly not with Chinese diaspora in Australia. But you can see from, as I say, elements of reporting and language that they aren't always helpful.
Highly diplomatic.
Will Labor's 40% stake house ownership go through? Yeah, well, it looks like it is. Their vote. It's only going to be 10,000 houses, guys. And if we look at, hang on, building approvals, I mean, that's about a month's worth of houses, normally. Okay, a month's worth of houses a year are going to be 40% owned by Labor. My concern is the long-term development of an expectation that Labor are going to own people's houses. That's the problem. Because then people are going to say, oh, we need 20,000, we need 30,000. I can see it now. In a year's time, I'll be reading articles from some left-wing think tank or bloody, you know, socialist housing group saying Labor should be buying 90% of houses for all these people. And that's the problem. That's the problem, you know. Is that the Greens? The Greens, I don't know how many seats they've gotten. They seem to have gotten a few.
How sort of solid the number is by the end of tonight.
Richard Miles, how do you think that should be resolved?
Oh, look, I think we've got to see where we get to. Yeah, really, not just by the end of tonight.
So you want the IFB to go to my phone?
During the course of tomorrow. We were really clear that this was going to be a long night and a complicated night by virtue of the number of people who voted.
Andrew wants me to look at Fowler. Let's have a look. Where? Check Fowler. Okay, let's have a look. Fowler. Yep. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, the independents. They're winning the seats, guys. They're winning the seats. Labor down 17%. Independent up 29.69. Liberals 16%. Liberals are getting hammered, everyone. They're getting hammered. People aren't happy. Okay, let's have a look. Wiggler, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Yeah, well, hey, but what's better? Giving up material possessions and having a happy life, or, you know, chasing on the bloody, you know, rat race, and chasing after these possessions. The World Economic Forum will free you of that burden. You just need to join the cult, guys. Make a daily sacrifice to Greta and it'll all be good. It'll all be good. Don't worry, you know. Whoa! In German, petrol and diesel are roughly $4 a litre. Oh, ouch. I'm getting stung at $2 a litre. You know? What else? UAP getting 7% is actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's decent. They're making a dent. But the problem is you've got UAP, you've got the LDP, you've got the One Nation dividing that vote. You know, it'd be good if they could make a coalition so you have a, I wouldn't even say right-leaning, more center-right party, because they, you know, some policies that are pretty left. Political party. But, I mean, UAP have got some real stupid policies too. They all do. No one's going to be your favourite, you know. Hang on, let's have a look. What else? We'll check in with Sky again.
We've had a good report out of Swan. If we've got a good report in Swan, we've hopefully got in Pierce, we've probably got a good report to come in Swan yet, but there's no figures. So you can potentially add 3 to Labor's 4 at the moment, and I'm taking into account, you know, as I said before, Terry Butler was to lose, terrible for the Labor Party. So the 5 we have is 4. Then there's still Lyons and a couple of others like Gilmore that are too close to call, Fowler. They're all possible Labor losses, which could reduce our advance to...
We might have more freedoms living with... No, we won't, not with China at the moment, but still, you get good beers.
A very small number, but I'm still saying it's too close to call and too early to make those predictions for us. But clearly the government will not be forming... the Liberal National Party will not be forming government after the next after today.
Factor in as well on top of that the couple of Perth seats as well, don't you?
Absolutely.
Andrew's going West Australians are voting Labor.
We've got to minimise.
Yep. Alania is going, I should be happy. I'm a public servant and I'll get a pay rise now. Yeah, I mean, don't. There you go. Build. Do what you can to build a future for your family until the death taxes come in. You know, that's it. No problem, David. Thanks for joining. You know, it's good to see what's happening, what's going on in the election. You know, let's check out our good friend in Hunter. Let's see how Stu's going. Let's see if he's going to get a chance in House of Reps. Results by division. New South Wales. I think Rachel's arriving with some dinner. Hunter. We'll have a look here. The Greens are up. How's Stu doing? Yeah, 5.85%. So he's going to get some money back. Good on him. He'd be good in there. It'd be good to get some people in. You know. Let's get some more Sky News, and I'll check on Rachel.
Those, you know, if the polls are correct on the tightening, all those who voted earlier were more likely to be voting for the Labor Party.
Let's bring in Michael Kroger now for his thoughts on where this is all at. Because, Michael, if the coalition, well, it looks like there's no majority, but the likely potential loss now of the Treasurer, it takes a terrible night into disaster territory.
Rachel's brought coffee. She's just going to get food and then we'll come back.
Well, it is a disaster. Let's not sugarcoat it. If
both of us live streaming
that is a disaster. But I must say his primary vote is increasing as we speak, and so is Katie Allens in Higgins. She's gone from
36.5 to 38 in the last
you want a good wife.
half
Takes
hour.
care of you.
And Josh has
What's up with you?
gone up 0.5% too, so they're still behind. But their primary vote is increasing. Look, if Frydenberg loses, that is a disaster for the Liberal Party. Let's be frank.
So did anyone bet on the election?
Prime Minister. He's one of the. Boy, I have him in rarefied air of the great Liberals I've ever known, not only as a politician but as a human being. The type Frydenberg people see, that's him. He is a genuine, decent, honest, highly gifted, highly intelligent, outstanding human being. And if there's no place for Josh Frydenberg, as I said, the country is poor for that. But Kieran, as I've said to you for 6 months now, fourth terms are hard to win. You have to prove to the electorate there are 3 urgent reasons why you need to get another 3 to do what you haven't done in the last 9. And the problem, the Liberal Party's got 2 big problems in Victoria. First of all, we haven't had the federal leader here since 1990. Now, I remember that election well. I was president of the party at the time, Andrew.
Wasn't he pro-cash ban? Weren't they all pro-cash ban?
Peacock was the leader. We won 9 seats in one state on one day. It was our best ever performance. People said to me, oh, what a great job I did. I said, no, nothing to do with me, mate. Ring Andrew Peacock and thank John Cain, because it was all the politicians who did it, and they did a great job. But Victorians feel they're a bit of a branch office of New South Wales. We've had this long rivalry with New South Wales, which still exists. Victorians think they're run, the whole country's run out of New South Wales, and they don't particularly like it. And the second problem we've got, as I said earlier on, is, with great respect, and everyone thinks they're an expert, we all do, that's why we're on this panel, good management is not terribly inspirational to your base. You know, to say, you know, we've got better economic management than the other mob, it's not terribly inspirational. It doesn't get people into the streets. It doesn't excite your base. It allows the fringes on the right to grow when we're not standing up for things that we should be standing up for. Just imagine if the Prime Minister had said this: we will change the law in this country so that no Australian will ever be denied the right to practice their religion again, pandemic or no pandemic. In this country, freedom of religion is one of our great cornerstones of our democratic society. If you'd said that, if Scott had said that, or the team had said that no one will ever be prohibited from practicing their religion. We had Jewish worshippers here in Victoria. You might remember the photographs, the film of them, climbing over roofs to escape being arrested by the Victoria Police for trying to practice their religion. If the team had said that federally, that will never, ever happen again in this country. We'll override the states. We'll pass whatever laws we need to protect that right. That would have energised the whole country towards Scott Morrison. If we'd had a royal commission into deregulation, because people say, what do you stand for? Well, we've talked about deregulation for decades. Every Liberal Party meeting I've been to, and I'm sure everyone Peter Credlin's been to, they always get up and say, we've got to deregulate. Small businesses are being strangled. Nothing much is done about it. Josh was the last person to do something, etc.
Yeah, Yogi makes a good point. It sounds good, but they did bugger all, you know? They did bugger all, so you're right. I mean, Liberal have had 3 runs. It would have been a bit of a surprise if they had got a 4th turnout. It would have been Labor losing it, not Liberal winning it. So we'll have to see, guys. You know, that's it. What else? How much is Point Bets paying for a Labor win? I don't know. Edited. I haven't checked. Hang on. See federal election betting. Yeah, I'm not going to bet. There you go. There you go. Coalition 11.11. Labor $1.05. Any other party 201. There you go. This is the result right here, guys. This is a result. The Liberals spent plenty of time destroying Australian freedoms and covering businesses in bureaucracy and doing nothing about the ABC. Yeah, people love the ABC, guys, and that's it. We're just going to have to, you know, few years with Labor. It's interesting to see who the new leader will be in the Liberal Party. This is less depressing live coverage than what it could be. Imagine those partying tonight. Rachel, she's awesome. Yes. Oh, well, you know, she's taking care of her husband. That's what you need. Did any MPs show support for Julian Assange? I doubt it. Maybe. Some of the fringe parties. So, yeah, let's jump back here.
I mean, suddenly the Teal independents are going to be
Heise Eats, hang on.
in a very powerful position to hold negotiations with Labor. We've seen some changes around the seats for the Greens, with Ryan, a Liberal seat, falling to the Greens. Griffiths going to the Greens. Net result there, though, will be they will end up as votes for Labor. So that's a significant help for Labor there.
Nicholas, this is going to end up with the worst possible government, though, quite likely. A Labor government reliant on those Teals and the Greens, people who are telling the electorate that they can change the climate.
Well, look, it may not be good for Australia, but I suspect it'll be good for Sky News. There'll be plenty to tune into every day as we follow the developments in that form of government.
Well, what about the Labor Party? A Labor Party that is looking at only picking up a primary vote of about 30%. You could have a new Prime Minister of this country in a few days. It could be Anthony Albanese, even though 7 out of 10 Australians haven't voted for him.
Look, the conventional wisdom I always thought was you couldn't get close to governing from a primary at 30%, but again, rules are being rewritten this evening. I think what is fascinating is that
I come in over the top.
With the votes coming back to Labor through preference to the Greens, that they do seem to be able to make that possible.
Yeah, and Kieran, I think one interesting discussion is always going to be the polling. We talked about that earlier in the evening.
Let us know how the audio is, guys.
Yeah, it's a bit tough with two of us trying to share a microphone, but yeah, Florian's eating. Good. Hopefully, he won't be too hungover. Your kids will decimate you if you have too much to drink. You're like, go away, go away.
Not that drunk on the stream, though. Those are pretty obvious.
You're drunker in person. I think it's the smell.
I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
Oh. So, this is the Teal independent. So basically, are they Teal because they're a mix of Labor and Green?
I have got no idea.
Because, you know, they're blue and green, somewhere in the middle.
Aren't they just get up?
Liberal Party HQ and
all that big is pretty sombre in that. That's not a roaring party, that's for sure.
The hope for the Liberal Party is in the pre-poll and the postal.
Yeah, there would be a lot in the pre-poll.
Are we going very red?
Tonight, all right? Now, it's really important to know that in the 17-odd or 14-odd seats that might be ending up with new MPs if counting stops right now, that there is...
You're confusing me, honey. Oh, two microphones. That makes sense. I can't talk for long because I've abandoned my baby. She's still awake.
Can you hear me? Test.
Test, test.
But Emily's home, isn't she?
Yeah. But she does have to start work at 6:30.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah.
We only have an election every couple of years.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, well, there we go. Looks like we're all going to be comrades with the government owning our houses.
Oh, dear. But they've limited the number of that. You've got to apply, and it seems like a lot of crap to jump through.
It's 1 month versus 1 month of housing. It's not going to make much difference. I prefer Liberals' policy of letting people use their own super. But
either way, they're both needing to intervene because just the prices are going crazy. Babies are more important than politics. They are, but I've got 5 of them in bed.
What, is she still up, wandering around?
Crawling, yeah. She won't sleep until I do.
Oh, boy. Little, what, 3-month-old? 6-month-old?
7 months.
7 months.
Well, she will be in a week.
And today she had a milestone. She went through the pencil bucket and threw them everywhere.
Climate change. So, look, there'll be a lot of academic moralising over the result and whether...
Yeah. Oh.
So you disappointed?
I thought it'd be closer. I'm not surprised by the result. I just thought it would be a closer result.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, Does it look like Labor is going to have an outright majority?
Looks like it.
Well, that's better than having to
Yeah.
have a hung parliament and join with the Greens to form a party.
Or these teal people.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
problem with the teal people is they're untested. We don't quite know exactly where they sit. With any independent, until they're in Parliament, you don't know where
Yeah. It all goes out the window,
fall.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can talk a lot of policy and you can have big dreams, but until you're in the hot seat, it's kind of meaningless.
Well, there you go. I just remembered I need to do a background photo.
Oh.
Because it just came up on Facebook from the last election 3 years ago.
Oh dear. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about small parties. I did actually explain to another mum this week how preferences work, because she had no idea, and it's the first time in her life she didn't want a donkey vote. So, people are certainly interested in this election because I think for the first time in their lives they've seen how much overreach the government can have.
What am I eating? I'm eating cottage cheese and salami. Brilliant.
That's our go-to snack.
Yeah, it's so good. On any food when you're a little drunk is just awesome. It just magnifies the taste a million times. It's awesome. It's why Macca's, when you're pissed, it's good.
So, yeah, we should. Not sponsored. Good old Coles creamed cottage cheese. And salami. 2 down. You're hungry.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been going for 2 hours.
Yeah.
This is my dinner. Well, it's just, there you go. I mean, it could be worse. If Labor had to get in bed with the Greens.
That could be worse. That would be worse.
That would be a nightmare. Could you imagine? It'd be like Mad Max. 6 months would be like Mad Max, guaranteed.
Gillard's government was a bit like that because she didn't have an outright majority, which meant she was compromised her entire reign. It means...
A reign.
Well, it is Game of Thrones, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is, isn't it?
Oh. Yeah, salami. The cheapest salami I could get from Coles, which was sliced, was $21 a kilo.
For this?
Yeah.
We're going to have to go, eating crap food to save money.
Well, that's the thing. I was at the checkout, and the guy in front of me had probably double the volume of food, all carbs, and his bill was $27. I went through, my bill was $90. I bought salami, 5 packets of salami, 3 cottage cheeses, 3 tubs of butter, 4 blocks of dark chocolate, and that was $90. And the lady behind me was all fruit and veg, no meat, and she was $70.
Yeah, there you go. Even the hippies are paying a lot.
Yeah.
That's it.
There you go. Oh, and I had sausages. 24 sausages for $12. Yeah. I'm getting right there with the cost of living. I can quote my prices.
I'm looking forward to the One Nation cartoon follow-up.
Yes, that
to
would
see
be
how
interesting.
it'll come out with Albanese.
Probably
let's
be
check.
some.
Let's make sure if Pauline gets in, because
Oh,
honestly, the cartoon influenced my vote for Pauline.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what kind of quota?
Oh, 6-7.
6-7.
Hopefully she'll get in.
Are they cumulative across the count?
Yeah.
The quota?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's 6 quotas?
I'm not sure.
Because I think there's 12 and 6 get elected each time. Is that how it works? I think it is. Yeah.
Rachel looks thrilled. Fish and chips. So who's winning? None of us. We're all losing.
Well, definitely Labor where we live.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's a very safe seat. I'm surprised they don't put someone in it that does something.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a
I don't
very
know.
safe seat with someone that is just there.
Will Malcolm Roberts get in at least? I don't think so. They need to get...
He's not on the.
No, he's not running.
He's not on the ticket.
He's okay. It's Pauline, and they've got another guy.
That Raj guy.
Yep, and then Craig.
Yeah, I don't
Craig
think
ain't going to get in.
he's
They're not going to get
never
3
gonna-
seats.
They're never going to get 3 quotas. I think it's just there for marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Lockdowns are back. Nah.
yeah.
You reckon?
Well, no.
No one gives a shit about COVID anymore. It's monkeypox.
If they find a new thing to worry about, we might get more lockdowns.
Yeah.
Stretch out the fear.
Yep. What's this? Seal it back up. No. This is awesome. No way. I'm eating this right now.
Hopefully it'll lessen your hangover.
Yeah, I'm not. I've only had a few. I'm a bit
Yeah,
happy.
but you never drink.
I know. How times have changed.
Well, it's because I'm pregnant and breastfeeding all the time. And I get so annoyed when you drink.
The Stoner Party, they got a few votes. I guess people want to pay taxes on pot, you know?
Yeah, GST.
Yeah,
There'll
GST,
be some, like, stoner
tax,
excise.
yeah, stoner excise.
Goes up every 6 months.
That'll be what happens. You'll be paying stoner excise every 6 months. You know, 6 months of making it legal, you'll be paying 4 times as much.
Yeah.
You know, that's how it happens, guys. They'll tax it. Okay? Be less efficient, too. You probably need a permit to roll a joint. You need to do a joint rolling class. And then you need bomb construction.
Need to provide ID, that's for sure. But, you know, it'll be good job creation. Wow, they're not far off filling that house.
There you go.
Not at all. Must be very sombre in the Liberal Party room.
Yeah, that's it.
I
That's
hope
it.
ScoMo's written a concession speech.
Yeah.
Because he's going to have to come out and deliver soon.
That's it.
Usually, isn't it right? He's got 20 minutes till he's scheduled to come out and concede.
Why hate cannabis when embracing alcohol? I don't hate cannabis. I'm just saying that making it legal is going to make it more expensive. That's the same thing that happened with alcohol when they made it legal in the States. It got more expensive. Yeah.
Doesn't the alcohol tax go up every 6 months? Yeah, just like fuel. We can all hate on fuel too. That tax relief won't last long.
Andrew Hastings in Canning. Let's have a look. Canning. Where is it? There we go. W8. No, we got nothing yet. Oh. Yeah, okay. He's down. But he's still going to get it. He may still get it. There you go. Does Melbourne still have lockdowns? I don't think so.
No.
No.
Everyone's kind of gone back to normal.
Yeah.
But a lot of the irritation people have with COVID, I think they're pushing it onto the federal when
Oh, yeah. They're
it's
blaming
really
federal.
been a state thing. Federally, they've just closed the borders.
Yeah, they'll vote for Dan Andrews again, loving him, and take it out on ScoMo.
Yeah. Odd. Anyway. By the time the next state elections come around, COVID will be ancient history. You'll be back to schools and hospitals. The go-to.
Hang on. You should get a 7-Eleven, blah, blah, blah. A 7-Eleven coffee to see how much it's gone up. Still $1, got it today. Don't worry. I'll let you know. If it goes up above $1, there'll be a thumbnail and a video. I'll live stream it from the bloody 7-Eleven. Don't worry. You'll know.
You'll have thunderbolts and lightning and fire.
I'll do all the YouTube shit. There'll be fire and sparks flying off. You know that's
angry face.
Oh yeah.
Angry face.
All the tricks. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. All of our power prices are going to go to the moon. Let's buy more shares in power companies.
Yeah. Oh well, there you go.
The coffee index. I don't think the coffee index is
Be like the Big Mac index.
It's not very accurate because everything else has gone up in price
Yeah.
except for your 7-Eleven coffee. I think they're subsidising it to get you to buy fuel.
Oh, yeah, no, that's it. They don't make money on the coffee.
No, they'd be making a loss on the coffee.
Look, coffee stablecoin, $1. Yeah, it'd be better if your Luna's tagged to 7-Eleven coffees and all the bullshit they got there.
At least it's real. Yeah, Slurpees are still the same. Well, it's just sugar water. Not much to it.
Yep. Let's go back ABC.
In 2003, in the New South Wales Parliament.
Hang on.
We got some speeches.
Let me know if you're hearing double, guys.
Motivated my political career, and I know that so many of you share those. A passion for social justice, the importance of community, and never wasting a moment or a day to live life with energy and enthusiasm to make a difference in this world.
Oh, it just feels like a collection of buzzwords.
You're a woman. Shouldn't you vote for her? She's got a vagina. So do you. Come on.
Mine's in use.
I might be regretting not choosing.
I shouldn't say that.
Absolutely. Chris Heise, the outgoing.
It's after 9.
Don't worry, I've dropped F-bombs.
Getting the gig there, and they brought in a lady from Scotland Island, and
It looks like he's at a funeral.
Well, it's the price for a factional brawl. Essentially, there were two right-wingers going for the last winnable spot in the...
Yeah.
72 seats.
They only need 4 more.
Yeah, they've got it.
They've got it.
Is there shrinkflation in 7-Eleven coffee? I don't know. I'll go. You know what? I should just do a vote and check the a video and film it, measuring it.
Maybe.
Because you know the trick is, guys, they con you. If you don't buy that $2 coffee, just get 2 $1 coffees. You actually get more.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the old man eating? Cottage cheese and salami. Food of kings. And rum.
I brought coffee over for you.
Oh, yeah. I should drink coffee. But no, hang on. What did the vote say? Oh, we don't have that.
No. Well, when I finish my tea, I'm gonna go back because I've got to look after my children.
Yeah, you're
I'll
right.
just leave them to my sister.
No, she's got a... What time is it? It's 9:30. Yeah,
9:30.
I better not go all night. I mean, this is a Labour win.
You're going to listen to the speeches, aren't you?
Yeah, probably. I got enough rum. I'll keep powering on.
That Labor will get very close to a majority in its own right. There's a chance it could pick up 2 or certainly 2 seats in the West, and that will be getting it very, very close. I think I'd just like to make a couple of other observations.
Night, Chris.
Though, Lee.
Who was that?
One of them is about the nature of the coalition.
What's happening in Norfolk Island?
Which is something we can say a bit more about.
I don't know.
With a bit more confidence. One of the things that's happened is that we've got...
well, anyway, Florian, I'm going to leave you to it.
As you say, is not
enjoy
going to
your
be in a position
evening.
to...
I think you are enjoying your evening.
Forming a government.
Continue to enjoy your
next
evening.
time round.
And
Josh Frydenberg,
bye, everyone.
Looks like he's in deep
and
trouble
I
in
will
Kooyong.
see you next time.
Thank you for bringing food.
Peter Dutton isn't. But the other thing that's happened is that the Nationals have not lost any of their seats. The independent Rob Priestley gave it a red-hot go in the seat.
Okay. I broke that. I'm going to bed. This is just making me stressed. Yeah, just chill. Just chill. You know. Don't worry about it. It'll all be good.
And to independents.
Yeah.
The ratio of the Liberal Party to the National Party is just changing really, really dramatically as we go through the evening. That's going to completely change the nature of that relationship. It's likely that Scott Morrison would not survive as leader of the party, leader of the coalition, and that Peter Dutton...
Mike thought the Liberals would win. Why the hell did Mike think that? Why did he think that? I think he was hoping the Liberals would win. Honestly. I mean, yeah. Come on, none of us can be surprised. None of us can be surprised this is happening, guys. You know?
Labor has held on to the seat of Hunter by the looks of things, and is also in a pretty good position in the seat of Flynn. I don't think, I haven't looked at it again in the last few minutes, but it's done okay there. It wasn't a seat that the LNP has made any big gains on, shall we say. There's been a swing to Labor, even if they don't win. So I think that's sort of a continuation of that push towards the Teals and the Greens, right into the absolute heartland of those coal seats that were supposed to be the ones that were, you know, so vulnerable.
Thank you, Laura. Anthony, you want to clarify some of your points?
Look, I'll just go back to the chamber again, just to show that. Let's. I got straight to the seats we're pretty confident of, and there's a few WA seats coming through. Labor's now on 72. The Coalition's on 49, the Greens 2. We just gave Ryan to the Greens. So Greens are on 2.
The Greens have 2.
72, you need 76 seats to govern. There are 11 members of the crossbench, most of whom support action on climate change. If Labor wants to form, if Labor falls short and it wants to form government, it can talk.
Ah, yeah, no, you're right. The housing policy could give them a swing, but not enough.
Blocks on the crossbench to talk to. They don't have to just talk to the Greens. Now, the Senate will be a different position, but the Labor Party, if it does fall short, will be comfortable to have a very large crossbench.
Yep,
it's
Addy,
very difficult.
it does.
I've got the Coalition can get to about 60 seats at the moment. And the WA figures.
So, Anthony, just to be clear, Labor's 72 there doesn't include Swan?
Look, I'd have to sit and go through all those numbers. The WA figures are coming in, which is why it's just started to go up.
Okay.
But that's just to clarify that the Coalition cannot get into government. They are too far away from majority government. They would need to get all of the crossbench on side, and the National Party just wouldn't have a bar. It reminds me of, I think, when Jeff Kennett lost his majority. In the end, Jeff Kennett could have tried to negotiate with the crossbench, but the National Party just wanted to walk away. Well, so I think that may be one of the things that prevents the Coalition trying to form government.
Well, the Greens obviously are not going to agree to form government with the Coalition. So, OK, Zoe Daniel is claiming victory in Goldstein. Let's have a listen.
Do you like John Adams? Yeah. Trying to organise another chat with John. Just, I've been too busy at the moment. You know. What are you drinking tonight? Rum. Not coffee.
Two-term incumbent. Independent.
Good night, Mike.
100 or so years ago, there was a woman called Vida Goldstein. She was an internationally renowned suffragist. She was the first Australian in the Oval Office. She ran as an independent several times because she was so independent that she couldn't bring herself to run for either of the major parties. Vida was not elected. This seat is in her name, and today I take her rightful place.
Zoe Daniel there claiming victory in the Victorian seat of Goldstein, a loss for the Liberal Party, a devastating loss for the Liberal Party, one of their blue ribbon seats. Let's go to David Spears in his virtual tally room.
Well, thanks, Lee. This really tells you the story of what we're seeing at this point in the night. Still no losses on the Labor side. Still a couple that are to be decided. Gilmore in particular, McNamara as well. But the damage is being done over on this side of the board more and more. And now that we start to get some results from WA as well, you can see it. So right now, the Labor Party have picked up, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. Remember, they need a net gain.
We'll jump to Sky after I finish eating.
We can't say they've got there yet because
don't worry.
of these ones
We've got to get both sides.
that could offset these gains. But boy, Labor would be feeling increasingly comfortable about getting to a majority when you look at that. Chisholm, Boothby, Higgins, Reid, Swan in WA, Pearce in WA, Robertson on the New South Wales Central Coast. Hasluck, we're yet to see come in. There's a couple of others in WA as well that might even be in play. We need to point out too that Ryan has gone to the Greens. So the Greens have expanded their numbers to 2. in the lower house. That will matter if we do get into a hung parliament situation and we're looking at how Labor forms.
Please, Labor, get in with a majority. Do not make an alliance with the Greens. I don't want a Labor-Greens coalition. That's the worst outcome, in my opinion. What else? What could be worse?
On that one, but right now we're seeing a lot of damage done there to the Liberal Party from the Teals, but also from Labor as well. I want to just focus a little more closely on WA. The most marginal Liberal seats, well, they were Liberal seats in WA, Swan, Pearce and Hasluck, and just take a look at the swings that we're seeing there now compared to the national average, because this might show you why this is a problem, another problem state for the Liberal Party. Have a look at it. The national swing right now is 2.3% towards the Labor Party. The seat of Swan, that swing is a whopping 13%, 10% in Pearce, and in Hasluck, another huge swing of 8%, so way beyond the national average. We always knew, didn't we, leading up to this election, that WA was a big problem, a potential problem for the Liberal Party. Well, those numbers tell the story, don't they? Much bigger swings. Yes, we're still talking about early vote counts there. In some of these seats, we're less than 10% of the vote. But if that holds up, this confirms the damage that's been done to the Liberal brand in WA. We can go back over the history as to why, but I think everyone...
You W Welshmen love your lockdowns, eh? Have I died and gone to hell? Nah, mate. Big boss, nah. Oh, Adam is still in his seat, the Greens leader. There you go.
Seats Perth and Cowan. Well, they're not looking so marginal anymore, I've got to say. So that national swing still 2.3% towards Labor. And in the
WA think lockdowns helped them. It's because the Perth is in the middle of nowhere. It's the most remote part of the world. That's what helped them.
On WA, Tony Barry, to you first. How would you describe what we're seeing so far in WA?
Well, I think the wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead. So I just can't see how the electoral math will add up for the coalition at the moment. And WA has proven to be...
One good thing is I've got such an awesome wife that brought me food while I'm drunk streaming. Bloody awesome. Oh, don't deserve her.
Australia is another result that points towards Scott Morrison's treatment of certain Australians, I would say. So I think the Western Australian red wave is a product of 2 years of the Prime Minister's campaign against Western Australians, basically, during the COVID lockdowns.
How much does Mark McGowan have a contribution does he make to this sort of result, do you think?
I would say his steadfast defence of that state's want to not be infected by a disease until vaccines work appropriately.
Ironic that they've been infected by communism.
Does that calculation change tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, the results here in Western Australia cuts across all demographics. There isn't a demographic trend like we see in the eastern part of this country, where we can see patches where Labor and Liberal have struggled and certain other parties have actually done well. It's just one wave. It's cut right across everyone.
Bridget, tell us about the Vote Compass results in WA. It might give us a better understanding of the issues that were at play.
Obviously, there were domestic issues at play in that battle between WA and the federal government that played out throughout the pandemic. But again, David, just like in every other state and territory, it was climate change that came out on top when we asked West Australians what they're...
Climate change? Climate change?
On a national and local level, also government...
A mining state where most of their revenue comes from iron ore and they're worried about climate change. So they're voting Labor. What the hell is going on? Well, we need the country to go fucking backwards for people to learn. Looks like it. You know, that's how young people learn, eh?
Yeah, all right. So, Lee, if those results hold up, it does give you an understanding of this wipeout in the West for the Liberal Party. It could well be the icing on the cake of a majority government, potentially, for Labor.
We'll just have to keep watching those WA results and see.
So let's blame all the West Australians. It's your fault. Your fault the country's screwed. Yep, that's it.
That's news to me, sorry.
Western Australia, then?
I was going to talk Western Australia.
Okay.
What I was going to say about Western Australia was that I wrote in my election preview, will the sun setting over the Indian Ocean be yet again another false dawn for Labor? Because there have been so many promises that they would recover in WA. This time it's happening. And for all those years where Western Australians wanted to be the state that decided the election, this is the one that where it may happen. Look at the change in vote that's occurring in Western Australia. The Liberal vote is down 11%, the Labor vote up 6%. Not quite the way part of the state election. That's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 9.8. At the moment, we've given away definitely Swan and Pearce. Hasluck's gone. Moore's borderline. So the shift, the one state where there's been a shift across the spectrum is Western Australia. There's no doubt about what Western Australians have voted at this stage. Now, the other thing, I think I'm talking about a couple of Queensland Green seats. Now, we've been trying to talk about these seats and how difficult it's been to call them. We have called Ryan for the Greens. Julian Simmons is not going to get close on those numbers. 90% of Labor preferences will flow to the Greens. The Greens will win Ryan. So the Liberal Party have lost Ryan to the Greens. Just look at the change in vote that's occurring there. Is just an example, 10%. So again, this is like the Teal seats. The Liberals have lost vote to the Greens. Griffith, which is a Labor seat. And the only reason we haven't given this away, it is unclear the order of the candidates. If Labor gets ahead of the LNP, then LNP preferences may well elect the Labor candidate. So that's why we're not giving this one away yet, because that ordering in second place will determine whether the Greens or Labor win that seat, because I expect LNP preferences will favour Labor. The Greens still only have 35.9, but if Terry Butler stays in third place, and she may well do that because there's 5-6% there with One Nation in the UAE.
808 is totally swiped by this result. People are voting Greens, mate. They're voting Greens for some reason.
From the Greens. And the next seat to look at is Brisbane. And it's a similar situation there. This is halfway geographically between Ryan and Griffith, and so are the numbers. The LNP will not win that seat. Trevor Evans will be
China
defeated.
number one. At least China don't buy into the climate change bullshit. They're still getting cheap power.
In the lower house, and that's with McNamara still undetermined. 27.8 there for Labor. If Labor finishes in third place, Stephen Bates will win. If Madonna Jarrett, on the exclusion of these candidates down here, gets ahead of Stephen Bates, then Madonna Jarrett will win the seat. The one point I will make, the Greens traditionally don't do very well on postals, don't do very well on absence, but they may, I think they do well on absence, but they don't do well on postals and pre-polls. So that's what may change the balance there on the Green and the Labor Party vote there. But so we just run through that band of inner Brisbane.
Imagine Lydia Thorpe as PM. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Imagine. Boy.
For the coalition to lose seats to the Greens. But when you look at those suburbs, they are similar to the suburbs where you've seen Teal independents running elsewhere. You know, they're leafy, affluent suburbs.
Shane wants to get off the ride. Yeah, here they're talking about the spoilt-ass Greens that probably don't have real jobs.
On climate change, they would be candidates who would be campaigning on integrity. But nonetheless, I mean, what is it saying to you that you are losing seats to the Green?
Carbon tax, yep. Taxes are going to go up, guys. That's it. That's all that's going to happen. We're going to pay more fucking money to civil servants. Won't make any difference. Don't kid yourself.
We strip away kind of the individual issues. It's, are you in touch, and who is best able to govern? You know, for the two big parties of government, they're the two key things you want voters to make a decision on. We have clearly in a lot of these seats lost the are you in touch question. Labor has failed to be able to win the best able to govern. And that's why we're seeing a situation where our vote is down so significantly, yet the Labor Party, who could form government out of tonight, have their lowest primary vote since 1919 at this stage.
Senator Birmingham, you've got, Sydney Harbour is now ringed by Teal and the heart of Brisbane has gone green. Melbourne's in all sorts of trouble, again, with Teal candidates. What do you think was the effect of the Prime Minister's remark to Lee in his interview with her the other night, where he said that these are areas where people are effectively too affluent to really
Less vulnerable, I think he said.
They're not as vulnerable to economic issues, and so they essentially, you know, can have the indulgence to be interested in other issues.
That's 100% right. Here you go. Totally agree with you, Heise. More taxes, unemployment, no fewer bushfires or floods. If anything, we'll get more bushfires and floods because they won't manage it. Look at the Royal Commission 100 years ago about bushfires. The same shit they were complaining about then is happening now. You know?
Helpful.
And so clearly issues of climate, of gender, of equality, those factors have all played a real role in relation to those seats. Now, those seats probably haven't put the same premium on economic matters.
Do you think younger political pundits like Friendly Georgie change swing votes in preferences? I don't imagine. I mean, isn't Geordie, all his voters are just hardcore lefties? I don't think he's not gonna pull any Liberal votes. Not a chance. I can't imagine anyone who's got any responsibilities in life being influenced by Geordie. I mean, honestly.
Well,
ungracious of them to turn on you.
Well, if there is a change
maybe it's
of
time for an
government,
inheritance tax.
well, we've got a potential.
Here we go. JK is saying
out of all of this, and there is.
Your voting influence should be weighed on your taxes paid, uses paid, just like getting a mention on this channel. Yeah, well, maybe it should. I would say you need to times it by the number of children you have, so your legacy is actually taken into account. And if you own a house, of course, then your vote should be quadrupled, because it's Australia.
A party that reflects values of economic liberalism, of low tax.
Did Isaac Butterfield influence this election? I've got no idea. I've not watched one of his videos. So I'm not the demo. You tell me if you've heard of him. I didn't know he existed until, I don't know, I think I saw an ad for some dodgy crypto or thingamajig. Yeah, I don't know. I think some demos are just going to be hard locked.
The moderates have gone.
Look, I think there are some stronger results potentially occurring where, for example, we've talked about the role Bridget Archer played in the last parliament and the strong result she has had. Warren Inch, I gather, looks like, despite multiple visits by Anthony Albanese to
you couldn't kill him with a brick.
It's a New South Wales division, though, Senator. I mean, it's lost a lot of the...
Let's see what Sky News is doing. Voters don't even know how preferences work. Yeah, you're right there. A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. Ray, do you watch Martin North at all? No, when I watch YouTube, I kind of watch like Mighty Jingles, stuff that I want to relax, not economic stuff or things I cover. So no, I don't really watch him that much, you know. Here we go. How do I make that work?
Are now having to consider, what we've seen in this campaign is that people are interested in putting their votes somewhere other than the two major parties. And as I said, I think...
After all the meat and cottage cheese, if you pass gas, no, carbon tax on your farts. Yeah, probably, now that we're going to have a green coalition. But honestly, with carnivore, you pass a lot less gas. It's all the vegans that are the farters, everyone.
In the days and weeks ahead, we'll have to look at what's gone on here in Fowler as well as in other seats around the country, because I do think this is a question that both major parties are going to have to consider.
Senator Keneally, do you regret leaving the Senate? Could you have had the...
Guess Aussies love lockdowns. Well, remember, guys, lockdowns win elections.
...fight against Deborah O'Neill? Would you have got the leadership support to stay in the Senate had you wanted to stay in the Senate?
Yes, in fact, I would have. And I need to be clear about this. You know, I made a conscious decision to go to the lower house and to try my hand in the lower house because I felt, one, that is where I could make the best difference. You know, I've spent my life, I went into politics to fight for people, for better social justice, a fairer go. And, it was an opportunity with Chris Heise's retirement to give Fowler something they never had before, which is a senior minister at the heart of government. Now, whether that comes to pass or not, we'll wait and see when the votes are all counted. But I don't regret anything. Andrew, whatever happens here tonight, I'll be fine. What we really need to concentrate on is that we have an Albanese Labor government.
Christina Keneally, thank you for joining us live from Fowler. And Joel Fitzgibbon, what's your sense? Will Christina Keneally hold on there, or is that independent going to win that seat and make the crossbench even bigger?
Well, I'm advised by our people that it's just simply too close to call. I understand we are marginally behind, which is obviously a matter of concern for us, but we certainly won't know tonight. We probably won't know for many days.
Did that surprise you, that result?
Yeah, the strength of the swing obviously surprised me, of course, and as Christina pointed out, this rise and rise of independence is caught up on her as well. Labor will reflect, of course. I would have thought about parachuting people into seats from the outside. I had a controversial situation in Hunter where I brought a bloke from outside the party into the party and then leapfrogged his bid to the pre-selection. That was controversial, but he was very much a local, and I think increasingly being a local really matters.
Murray Watt, this is a massive own goal by Labor if she loses this seat, isn't it? To try and perish, it's a 13% seat. Anyone who's covered New South Wales politics or knows anything about it knows that Christina Keneally is unpopular in New South Wales, that she's seen as someone who was backed into the top job by Eddie Obeid and Joe Tripodi. You must be regretting this at this point.
She is the only one who could have lost that seat. Nobody else with a Labor badge.
I agree.
On them
So why
could
does
have
she
lost.
fail up and keep getting rewarded?
It's a very good question.
all the way along her
I have
career.
never known an answer. I pleaded with the powers that be not to do this because I feared this would happen. You can't keep dumping candidates on people, especially when she's like an alien when it comes to walking around the Fairfield shops. She's the only one in the $2,000 dress. You can't take someone like her and make her a member for a far western suburbs seat. She is not a western suburbs person. All of the western suburbs
Well,
know
she wasn't a Bennelong person either. She wasn't a Premier of New South Wales either.
no, I agree with
Couldn't win
all
the
of that.
top ticket on the New
I
South
wouldn't have
Wales.
given her any of it.
Deeper than that, because you can get Charlton into Parramatta, it seems. I haven't heard much about them losing that. It's about her. It's about a public dislike of Christina Keneally. So, sorry, I just don't want to duck this, Murray. This is an error, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I probably have a different view of Christina than Richo. I've sort of worked with her pretty closely in the Senate over the last couple of years and I have a lot of respect for her ability. I mean, I don't really know how much we can attribute her being in trouble to her personal characteristics. And I don't know Fowler, it's not a seat I'm familiar with, but I can imagine that a community like that in southwestern Sydney.
Let's have a look at what ABC are saying, guys. Oh, there you go.
See there, Celia Hammond's on 39.8. Just let me see what my projections are saying. She's not going. Celia Hammond is not going to get much.
Time to stock up on food, according to Speed Killer 3000. Well, there you go. People have to learn. They've forgotten what it's like having Labor in charge. What else? What else? Where's the rum? Right here. I'm on my third one. I've just eaten a whole tub of cottage cheese and salami. $20 worth. Oh, boy. There you go.
Just ahead, but the swing is 15%. And I haven't got a matched preference count in that polling place, in that electorate. I've only got a matched first preference. And Celia Hammond on first preferences is tracking towards 40%.
Okay, so
that would be
Andrew,
a big result, wouldn't it?
Can I then get you, if that sea of red is what's going on in WA, can I get you then to look at what are we talking about then in the House of Reps? Are you in a position yet to be able to call?
Oh, majority or not? No.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the seats won. We've got Labor on 71, the Coalition on 49, 2 Greens and 7 others. When we add in the likelies, we've got Labor up to 72. So I've still haven't got Labor to the total. I mean, the difficulty is there's a couple of seats that just can't work out at the moment.
Okay, is it fair to say, though, that there's no other possibility than that Anthony Albanese will be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia?
You want me to call the 31st Prime Minister of Australia? Look, the coalition...
Well, I just can't see what's the other... Who else is it going to be?
I can't see the coalition getting above 60. Now, unless the Labor...
Let's have a look at some Senate results. We'll update that in Queensland. You've got the Greens looking at getting one, then One Nation. Let's have a look at some other seats. Senate results by state. We'll look at New South Wales. Liberal, Labor, 2.5, 2. The Greens, One Nation, 0.3. Then Liberal Democrats. So they've crept up since we last saw them. Then the Stoners, then Sustainable, then UAP. So there you go. Victoria, what do we have? You've got Liberals, Labor, Greens. Greens have got a senator. UAP, Cannabis Parties. It's going to be interesting to see who picks up another seat there. Is anything in from WA? Liberal, Labor, the Greens, One Nation, legalised cannabis. Oh, the Greens are getting such a showing, aren't they? Thank you for the super chat, Agent Smith. Appreciate it. More important is who controls the upper house. Yes, that's going to be one to watch. We'll have to see if we get some minors in there. I think Queensland will be one to watch because we've got Campbell, Clive, and Pauline all running in Queensland. Let's look at SA. Again, Liberals, Labors, the Greens, One Nation. So look, the Greens are looking close to getting a seat in most states, everyone. Is this the new Australia? What do we have here? Liberal, Labor, and the Greens. Greens have gotten one in Tassie, which isn't surprising. ACT, Labor, Liberal, and Pocock, and then the Greens. NT. How are we going, NT? Looking like Labor, maybe Country Liberal. There you go, everyone. We're a Greens country now, guys.
In opposition for us. Now, I'd have to go back and look at the details of the numbers, but quintessentially, the Liberal seats are more likely to swing than the National Party seats. So if we go back to when we lost in 2007, I think we...
Melania, this is now getting depressing. Oh, don't worry. You'll be shocked at how little difference it makes between the two parties. Honestly, we're kind of screwed with either of them. Just cost of living is going to go up slightly more.
So what kind of slide is this?
Vote. Sorry?
What kind of slide is this?
Let me bring in Tanya Plibersek here.
A very messy one.
Well, let me bring in Tanya because...
I hope she's not getting... Wait.
Result, that should be a landslide basically for Labor, but it's not because there's so many others and Greens. So I guess the question for you is, what has Labor done wrong that it hasn't been a landslide for you?
I don't know that you can draw conclusions about what we've done wrong when we are obviously the party that is most likely to be able to form government.
Yeah, but it's not decisive.
And a win is a win is a win. And
that is true.
On 31.7.
Special rum edition. Yeah, every election, I got to get the rums out, guys. I got to get the rums out.
In this environment where around the world people are worried about change, we've been through the pandemic, there's economic insecurity.
Trav, it's looking like Labor's going to win. Look, it's looking like Labor's going to win, pretty much. Look, they've got 71 seats. They've won. Now the only hope is that they won't have to form a coalition with the Greens. That's what you want. Or the Teal lot.
It's Josh Frydenberg against Dr. Monique Ryan.
Oh, hang on.
30 votes apart, 41.6 to 41.6.
Holy shit, look at that.
The Labor candidates on the Labor Party's got 6.7% of the vote. One of these days you're going to lose public funding by falling under 4% in one of these seats, but 6.3 there for the Greens. So you can see, if you look at the change in voting, you can see what's happened. The Labor votes collapsed, the Green votes collapsed, the Liberal votes down 6, and it's all gone to the Independent. And at the moment...
Thanks for the super chat, Agent Smith. You think people are punishing Andrews in Victoria? I don't know. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it.
If I go, I've got a bar on this. I've blocked it from being called, but it's in the same position as no, it's McNamara's got the big Jewish vote, isn't it? It's not Kooyong. I've nearly forgot something there. If I go back to those candy bars, the issue is Josh Frydenberg's vote. We've got projected to reach 43% and no further. And if the independents on 41.6, they will close the gap on those other votes. That's why I think we'll lift the bar on that. I hate making these decisions, you know. If I'm wrong, you know.
Maybe you've just got to give your machine its head. And
I have given you my reasoning.
It wants to be free.
I can't see John.
Old Clappers saying Liberals didn't get votes because of the corruption, pork barrelling, attacks on free speech under the guise of anti-cyber bullying. You think? I think a lot of it's just, I mean, you're getting a lot of that, all of that with Labor too. Honestly, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. That could have taken votes away to some of the freedom parties.
It is waiting to come into the jar.
You've just put the argument that makes me think I'm not going to call it.
Looks like we've lost Frydenberg. He's gone.
I think, look, there's no... I think I will leave that there. I don't think there's any point calling a defeat when there's enough doubt on things like that. I mean, if they do well on the pre-polls and postals, that could narrow. But the modelling we've got at the moment is Josh Frydenberg will lose that seat. But I think for really obvious reasons, I think I'm better off just leaving in that position.
Okay. Simon Holmes Accord is standing by, one of the big backers of the Teal candidates. Where are you actually, Simon? I can see you're at a party, but I don't know exactly where you are.
Electric cars by 2030, or you walk, peasants. Yep, probably.
In Hawthorn, which is in the middle of Kooyong.
Oh, Mr. Holmes Accord, it's Annabelle Crabb here.
And it's about...
Okay, Simon Holmes Court. This is
over this crowd.
It is really. This is Annabelle Crabb, and you know, Anthony Green hasn't quite called Kooyong, but it looks like a majority of the Tealites behind you have. Now, what have you done to the Liberal Party in Melbourne tonight?
Sky's asking, did One Nation improve at all? The problem is, for the One Nation, they were losing votes or competing with the Liberal Democrats and Craig Kelly, you know, Katter. So you got a whole lot of different options there, and a lot of people won't use preferences. And then you got the Teals.
Hard to talk above the crowd. Look, I wouldn't... Everyone's been asked to be quiet. Look, this community independence movement is incredible. You've seen it initially rise up in Cathy McGowan's seat of Indi, passed over to Helen Haynes and then Warringah. And then this election, 23 independents running in these community-backed campaigns. Two of the strongest in the country with Goldstein and Kooyong. This campaign's been amazing. There's 2,000 volunteers, and they have knocked on every knockable door in the electorate. 55,000 doors knocked, which I think is the highest number, certainly this century, maybe ever, of doors knocked in an electorate. It's been such a strong campaign.
We spoke to Tim Wilson a little bit earlier, before it was confirmed that his seat had fallen. And he said that this was an orchestrated attack on the Liberal Party. And to be fair, the removal of a lot of moderate voices from the Liberal Party is going to change the shape and orientation of that grouping. How do you think that your new grouping can account for that?
Well, firstly, it's not my grouping. I really want to make that clear. But secondly, I think what we're seeing here is that the communities have seen through the fake moderates. These people that have lost their seats tonight weren't true moderates. They voted with Barnaby Joyce every time on climate. They voted with Barnaby Joyce every time on integrity. These MPs that have lost, or ex-MPs, I guess, who have lost their seats, they've been seen through as fake moderates in electorates that want
Fake moderates. These people sound like a bunch of lefty loonies to me.
Desperately short of them now. So do you think that that's going to push the Liberal Party and the coalition generally to the right? And what does that do for politics in Australia?
No, I don't. This is not pushing the coalition to the right. The coalition went to the right.
Coalition. The coalition are so bloody left. Coalition to the right. What fucking bullshit this is. Coalition to the right.
Is because they left a great vacuum, and these candidates have filled that vacuum.
Simon, Andrew Probyn here. You say it's not your grouping.
The problem is everyone thinks they're a centrist. Everyone thinks they're the centrist, and all the others are fringe. Oh well, it's one solution. Rum.
It hasn't run these campaigns. We didn't start these campaigns. We haven't run these campaigns. In fact, we're a minority funder of these campaigns. Here I am in...
Any mainstream party going right, yeah, it's kind of a joke, honestly, what these people consider right-wing. If you look at it, some of the, One Nation is considered right-wing. You look at their policies, they're very left.
Again, in Goldstein, Wentworth, North Sydney, it's a common story around the place that these campaigns are, they started in the community, they're genuine community campaigns. We just gave them a kick to level the playing field so they'd have a fighting chance against the party machines.
So what is your ongoing role with this grouping, which you don't possess or command, but what is your ongoing relationship with this political grouping, which is obviously going to be hugely potent in the shape of this next parliament?
Yeah. So my personal involvement, so I'm only about 2% of the funding of Climate 200. There's a 11,200 donors to Climate 200 from 151 electorates, every single electorate in the country. A third of our donors are rural and regional. So this is a broad crowdfunding movement that has helped to level the playing field. My personal involvement, Climate 200 gave our last donation about 2 weeks ago to the community independents, and that's the end of our involvement with them. But certainly, this community independent movement, I think, has got. You've seen tonight, it's got legs. Wouldn't be surprised if there are many more next time, and Climate 200 will be there to help them when we come into the next election.
Well, Simon Holmes-a-Court, recent Australian political history is littered with examples of billionaires who sprayed around a lot of money to achieve not much, and I don't think anyone could say that of you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Annabelle.
There you go. Oh, that's an ad. Let's look at some Sky News to compare it a little bit.
And what does that mean for our nation and our wealth-producing industries going forward?
Kieran, I lament the fact that we weren't able to pick up Brandon.
Trav wishes the Liberal Democrats Party won. I think the best chance you have for the Liberal Democrats is if they'll get someone in the Senate. Let's have a look at Queensland. Queensland, will they get a seat? Oh crap! There you go. They're below the Pop Party, guys. So I doubt it. The New Liberals, they're the bottom. Nothing. So yeah, there you go. Australia isn't a libertarian country. Trav, you can't be surprised, mate. You can't be surprised.
I've been urging the end of the climate wars for such a long time. It's binding us both now, so maybe we might get a settlement finally. But it's true of the forestry wars too. Once upon a time, it was a huge issue in Tasmania. It's a critical sector there, and I was very pleased to see throughout the campaign that both the Labor Party and the Coalition committed to sustainable native forest projects. It's just so critical to our economy. It's so critical to jobs, and these projects are internationally certified by more than one certifying organisation, and it's good to see that we're all supporting it, and I want to see more of that in Tasmania.
We just need to get our Victorian and WA state colleagues to get on board, Joel.
You could say that, Bridget.
No, you possibly couldn't.
And Murray, what's the latest mail you've got in terms of the pathway to 76?
So they're calling it 49 Liberal, 69 Red. ABC is, let's have a look here.
In South Australia, there's a... Let me give you that too.
The problem with all this climate stuff, guys, all it's going to mean for us is it'll make no impact on the impact humans are having on climate-wise in the entire world. It's not going to make any difference. It's just going to lower our quality of life. It's going to increase our cost of living. Perfect for when we've got a recession and all these issues around the world. Just what you want.
Behave completely differently from the rest of the country. It's a clear and very strong rejection of the Liberal Party.
Rolf is saying we got nearly a 10% swing to Labor in WA. There you go.
Having been so long the disaster zone for Labor at this election, and you just have to look at what happened at the last state election, it's being repeated on a smaller scale at the federal level, but Perth in particular has just gone...
Lee is comparing us to Vietnam. Yeah, mate, we're not Vietnam. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is where Australia could head if we keep going down this path. It's all this bullshit. Just wait and see. We got a long way to go to Vietnam, but we want to avoid even getting close to the bullshit that's happening there, mate.
Firstly, as you know, there's still thousands of postal votes to count. And so while it's mathematically possible,
I think bald men should get double votes just for being bald. Oh, wait. Let's watch his speech.
But while votes are still being counted, I wanted to take this opportunity to be here with Amy to say a few thank yous. Thank you to the people of Kooyong. Thank you to the people of Australia. Thank you to my party and to my colleagues, but most importantly, thank you to my family.
Thanks for the super, Agent Smith, and you're right.
Well, I hope I'm not a bad bloke, I do. They say in politics that politicians are the volunteers and our families are the conscripts. And a truer word couldn't have been said.
Good work. Good point, Lee. You just need to make sure your Vietnamese colleagues don't vote Labor.
Supported.
They should know better.
Every single day of this job by the most remarkable partner in life, in my wife, Amy Frodenberg. Not only is Amy the most important thing to me, but our two children, Gemma and Blake, are. Earlier today, as we were heading to the voting booth, Blake said to me, he said, "Dad, a girl at school," and don't forget he's in prep, "a girl at school says her mum is more important than you." To which Amy replied, "Blake, all mums are more important than Dad." And Amy has been the most extraordinary mum. And maybe after tonight, I get a bit more time to try and be the most extraordinary dad. Yeah. So I just want to say, in front of you all, I am nothing without my family. They are the most important thing in the world to me. And I will try every single day to be the most important thing in the world to them. So thank you, darling. Thank you. To the people of Kooyong, they say politics, or all politics, is local. And for me, that's always been the first and fundamental task I have, to be a good local member. And I'm so proud that over the last 12 years, I've had the opportunity to work closely with our charities, our sporting organisations, our small businesses, our schools, and to ensure that families are supported on everything from an issue with the NDIS to immigration to Centrelink. My office, led by Colin and Maria, are just unbelievable. And like being able to establish a women's shelter for women escaping domestic violence, working with Servants Community House and the Kooyong Christmas Giving Tree, and the work that we've done with so many other charities like BCNA and the amazing guide dogs, and a shout out to one of the best CEOs in Australia, Karen Heise. And I'm just so proud of those relationships and the good work that we have done, work that will last and stand the test of time. To the people of Australia, I say thank you. Thank you for giving me the privilege to be your treasurer. What we did in balancing the budget for the first time in 11 years before the pandemic, the work that we've done with historic reforms to foreign investment, to insolvency, to superannuation, to taking on the digital giants in Google and Facebook, to abolishing a whole tax bracket and dragging the Labor Party to agree to that legislated tax reform. But most importantly, the work that I have been able to do with my colleagues to steady our economic ship, to be able to save more than 800,000 jobs, to see Australia have a stronger and faster economic recovery than any other advanced economy in the world is something that I'll be proud of from now to the end of time. In what looks to have been my last press conference as treasurer. You're a bloody good captain, John! In my last press conference as treasurer, an unemployment rate at 3.9%, the lowest in nearly 50 years.
Because her husband just lost, mate. That's why.
Under Labor, it was 5.7%. Today, after the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression, it's 3.9%. And for me, and for Scott and our entire government, it's never been about the numbers on the page.
Yeah, mate, it's a concession.
Behind the numbers. And every single job that has been saved is a mum or a dad, a brother or a sister, a son or a daughter who now have the dignity of work. And on the booths at pre-poll, a grown man came up to me and just burst into tears. And he said just thank you. He said, thank you for saving my small business. Thank you for saving my staff. We couldn't have done it without JobKeeper and all the other economic support you provided. So for me, to know that our economy is stronger today than when we came to government, that more people are in work today than when we came to government, that taxes are lower than when we came to government, that we're spending more on health, education, disability support, women's safety than when we came to government, that defence and national security are seeing the investments that we need in a more unstable world, more so than when we came to government, is something that I'm internally proud of that our government has achieved. And finally, to my staff, to my colleagues, and to the Liberal Party. John Howard was right when he said he is nothing in politics without the Liberal Party. People have never voted for just Josh Frydenberg. They've always voted for the Liberal Party's candidate in Kucoin. And it's the Liberal Party's values that have driven us for more than 70 years and made us the most successful party in Australia. And it's those Liberal values that will continue to drive our party making us represent the people of regional Australia in the Pilbara or in Gladstone, or people in the suburbs, or people in our cities. It's our values that resonate so strongly with the people of Australia since our party's formation. And to be the deputy leader of our party has been an enormous privilege. And to serve as Scott Morrison's deputy, a person of great decency, a person who loves his family, a person who is of deep faith, and a person who has shown extraordinary leadership in extraordinary times. And so I thank Scott Morrison for what he has done for our country to leave Australia in a stronger position than when he found it. Give him a clap.
We're going to leave Josh Frydenberg there.
Oh, there you go, guys. Joshy's gone. We'll have to see. And I just noticed Luke Warm gave a super chat 3 hours ago. Thank you very much. Hey, hello, Florian. Hope the Greens don't win any votes. Sorry, mate. They did win the votes. Yeah. Let's have a look at Sky. Let's see what they're saying about all of this now.
Done things over and above where you thought he's fine, but tonight he's not.
I think in part this is a lot about the electorate. You know, that we're quick to condemn people in public life. I mean, it used to be, when I started in politics in '98, people would aspire to go into politics. Now you almost have to twist their arm and bludgeon them to run. I mean, it's getting hard. I think both major parties would say this. I mean, it's easy for the Teals. You've got someone writing a $12 million cheque. They're not out there getting their money. They can be all things to all people, you know, sunlit uplands, promise the world. But the two major parties eventually get there in government and you have to deliver. And I think that the saddest thing for the Liberal Party tonight is not that they've lost government.
Tomorrow's going Greens won a lot of votes. People think they will fix the koalas, not realising they're socialists. Yeah, you're probably right there. Maybe we need to learn some hard lessons.
If you're in the major party, you get elected, you anticipate, you never want to see, but you know that one time you're going to be out and they're going to be in. It's the pipeline. It's when you lose your pipeline, that's tough.
No, extraordinarily tough. Let's go to Chris Kenny.
No name's asking. Yeah, no, my channel already is big. It's 30,000 subscribers. It's huge for Australia.
Labor Party headquarters, gentlemen, can you hear me? I'm not sure you'll be able to. The celebrations are probably firing up a bit there, aren't they?
Yeah, it started to get pretty lively here, Kieran. At some moments ago, they're chanting elbow, 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 playing up for the cameras, cheering all the results as they go up on the screen. And there was a wonderful moment about 10 minutes ago, or it might be a bit longer than that.
Labor's going to win.
There are two
Yum.
large TV
Labor will
screens
win.
here, and for most of the night, one of them has been on the ABC and one on Sky News. And most of them had the volume up and watching the ABC, of course, being good, solid lefties in this room. But when Sky News, when we put up all those graphics saying Labor had won, the whole room erupted. They turned up the Sky News broadcast and they were cheering Sky News. I've never seen so many lefties, Nicholas, cheering Sky News.
I thought the roof was going to come off.
Sky News is balanced and fair. Yeah, it is. Sensible.
And then they put Sky
And they're all
on
more
both of the big
attractive.
screens here, and there was the big red wrapper. Labor wins, and the joint was going crazy. I mean, it's scenes of elation and jubilee.
Thoughts on Labor winning? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I would have preferred a Liberal minor coalition. That was kind of a fantasy. Now I'm just hoping that Labor doesn't have to get into bed with any of the Teals or the Greens. I don't know if it's going to make that much difference to us day to day. We'll have to see how much of, well, a Greens influence has on their policies and how much impact it'll have on our cost of living. I mean, how much control they can actually have on our cost of living, you know? Brent's going, care to talk about the upcoming treaty? I haven't even looked at it, Brent. You know, I've been flat out, mate. Last week I've been I had four jobs I had to get out last week, and another one that just came in today. So it's on my radar. I'll look at it, but I haven't had a chance. We'll have to see. You've got to remember, people will dramatize the hell out of it for political benefit. So we need to actually look at it to see what it is. We need to see. Let's what else? Sky is way more balanced than all other TV channels, but people can't recognize that because it sounds so very alien. The problem is there's a bias in mainstream Australia. Most people are more left-leaning than they realize. That's the thing. There's things they just assume. So rigged, Porish. No, it's not rigged. I'm not surprised. You can't be surprised with this result. If you think this is rigged and it's shocking to you, you may need to broaden your social circles a little bit. I'm not surprised with this. I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. Scooter is going $20 kilo tomatoes. Is that a prediction or is that what happened? Pickal is celebrating because Labor has won. I mean, it's the fourth term. It's about time. So we'll have to keep having a look. Last Queensland seat could get Pauline missing out. Now, Pauline is running in the Senate, mate. She's, we have a look here. We can look at Queensland Senate candidates. They've got 0.58 of a vote. So, I mean, legalise cannabis party. How many of those do you think put One Nation or the Greens as a second preference? So maybe, could be right. We'll have to see. So, pick out. We need this LNP out of idea. Yeah, I mean they need a shake up. That's it. They need a shake up, and this needs to happen. You need a refresh often. I just wish Labor had abandoned more of their work policies.
Detail tomorrow night because I want to think about it. I don't want to be overly emotional, but some in their process is about the broad church. Yeah. Now, there will be those that will try to blame the other side of the church for why the church didn't make it through this one. But something that is actually very clear, and it's very disappointing from somebody who thought that the campaign did matter, and what we saw were some fallovers that mattered. Right now, John Howard has just entered the room, which is why you can see a collection of photos there.
And hasn't he been incredible throughout this campaign? A guy that with so much energy. And Paul, just before we go, and we will hear from John Howard, we can see him on the screen right now, and he has got so much energy. He's showed this throughout the campaign. There's a few things that will happen in the post-mortem. I mean, just a quick list tonight. The Liberal Party has lost women in the seat of Boothby, Chisholm, Curtin, Robertson, Higgins, Reid and Swan. The most ardent supporters of the Liberal Party say that the Liberals do not have a women problem. I think tonight the wives won in these teal seats, and it's not just about climate change, and that needs to be talked about.
We will discuss it further a little later in the night.
We shall.
Looking
work husband.
Work wife. Yeah, she won.
Work wife. Oh, fuck that shit. I hate that crap. Work wife, work husband. No. Work is work. It's not your family. They're different things. Okay? It's bullshit. They're trying to manipulate people into treating their work like their family. Yeah, no. It's not like it. Stop it. Sky News. Stop it. Stop. Get off LinkedIn. Oh, boy. Okay, what else do we have here? So, guys, what seats do you want to have a look at, everyone? Or do you want to check some more LNP results?
That there's this
ABC
third force, be it multicoloured, but there's a third force now. ALP, Coalition, and this third force, which is more than 30%.
We also don't necessarily have a guarantee that they will vote as a bloc. I was reading, for example, this week, Di Lee, the independent candidate who looks like she's going to win Fowler, said, I have nothing in common with the Teal independents. I'm about the issues that people care about in my seat, housing, cost of living, health, those kinds of issues. So, and also, as we mentioned earlier, she's formerly a Liberal.
Where's this you want to look at? Hang on. $1.20 on Sportsbet for ALP to win. $4 for Liberal. Explain that. Not rigged, eh? What do you mean? They base it on poll results, mate. Poll data. That's not rigged. What do you expect? It's called betting. Look into how they actually figure it out, mate. It's not rigged. People are that dumb. They'll vote for this shit, okay? A bunch of young idiots are voting for socialism because they're fucking stupid. They're too young to remember the last time we had Labour in charge, where Rudd was pumping the country full of money. And now they're used to it from Liberals, so it doesn't matter. Okay? You don't need to rig it to get this result. That's the reality. If you keep going on, oh, it's rigged, you're not facing reality. Okay? That's life. Okay? Come on. People are this stupid. Anyway, let's have a look. What does it mean for the coal, oil and gas industry? There you go. We'll have to see. This is exactly why the preference voting system is fundamentally flawed. Well, no, it gives you this is the benefit of the preference voting system. You can vote for a minor. That's the point. Hang on, who did I vote for? I voted for a Freedom Minor Party. Hang on, we'll find out. I know they got no chance, but I wanted to vote for them to give them funding, to give them a chance of funding. Let's have a look. Let's see. By divisions. Or results by divisions. I'm Morton. Here we go. So here you go. Hang on. Federation Party. That's who I put as my number one. And they got 681 votes. But I didn't think they were going to win. I don't like all their policies. I like some of them. And I wanted to support a minor party that was running because UAP didn't need any money. The Greens didn't need any money. One Nation, yeah, they do, but not as much as a brand new party. That's why. It's because, your vote's worth a couple of bucks. It can help them out. That's why. And this is why preferences are good. I don't expect them to win. I know it's not a waste of a vote. I'll bookend it with, I'll tell you, I'll put the Greens bottom. I'll bookend it, make sure that when all the other minor parties are extinguished, it goes to Liberal, because what happened? So if these are the four results, Australian Federation Party will get deleted, then it will go to my second preference, and it's, what was it, probably one of these, Pauline Hanson, One Nation, I can't remember which one, to be honest, in the House of Reps. And let's say it goes to One Nation, then they get extinguished, it goes to the UAP, they get extinguished, then your votes go to either the Greens, Labor, or Liberal. This is the benefit of our system. It's really good. Okay, it's a good system. Don't criticize it. This isn't the fault of preferences. Don't blame preferences for this. If all these people who voted for the Greens and the minor parties I don't like, they would have just all piled into Labor or one of the majors. It'd be no difference. And then you wouldn't get a variety. That's what we want. We want variety. No Lib Dems. We didn't have a Lib Dem in our seat running. So there you go. I mean, I can't complain about that because I didn't want to run for it. I mean, here's the thing. If you want to give people an option, you should step up and run. I didn't have the energy to do it. And good on people that do, and that's why I'm very nice to all the people that step up and volunteer as well, because they're putting their energy to this, which is a good thing. Jordan Pollock, Lib Dems deserve more. They're not. Australia isn't a libertarian country. That's what it is. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll see if I don't even know if Campbell will get in. If Campbell Newman will get in Queensland. Ex-Premier, former Mayor of Brisbane, Lib Dems are at 0.16. The legalised cannabis party have got more Senate votes than the Liberal Democrats. And the Liberal Democrats, they want to legalise cannabis as well, don't they? So that's it. Should be annual elections, then you'd never get anything done. Hey, maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe that's not a bad idea. What polls? Who is doing that? Lots of polls are being done, mate. The same, like we look at what's it? The other unemployment data. We got the ABS data, and you got the Roy Morgan. Roy Morgan do political polls all the time. Mate, it's not a global. It's not fucking rigged, mate. People are dumb shit and will vote for this crap. They really think that voting for Greens and paying more taxes is going to save the world. Okay, that's what people think. They don't understand. They don't understand embodied energy. They don't understand economics. They've got no comprehension of that shit. Okay, they just will believe exactly what the media says. They'll do whatever Facebook says, and they'll vote that way because their friends are voting it. It doesn't need to be rigged. It does not. You don't need to rig it to get this stupid outcome. Okay, that's people. They don't understand. They don't realise that shutting down our 8 power plants here in Australia is going to make bugger all fucking difference because China's got like 50 of them happening. They don't understand the concept of embodied energy. They think we can be a bloody leader in solar panel production because we got desert. Okay, people are dumb idiots, a lot of them. And they got to learn. But the problem is our education system is full of raving lefties. So they just regurgitate the same shit again. And you're trained in our education system to just follow and peer pressure to follow. So that's why this happens. You know, so stop fantasizing that it's rigged when you're really just living with a bunch of dumb fucks in this country. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. But I'm 5 rums in, you know. Then you're a bogan. Nothing wrong with being a bogan. No, don't you know? Don't be a teal voter. You know. So yeah, that's it, guys. That's it. So you can think and imagine, oh, you know, the election's lost, and then go run up to some fucking bloody bullshit conspiracy group, and then you'll be completely delegitimized. No one will take you seriously. Or you can face harsh reality. People believe this shit. They believe they're saving the world by driving up your cost of living here in Australia. They believe people dying by putting insulation in houses in Australia is a price they're willing to, a sacrifice they're willing to make to save the fucking planet. Okay? You know, you can I've seen this at university. Okay? We had, you know, here we go. I'm rambling now. We had one subject in architecture. We're all greenwashing. Architects are the biggest fucking greenwashing profession in the entire world. We all are so arrogant to think we're going to save the world by doing our own carbon neutral buildings. It's such bullshit. It is such incredible bullshit. We had in final year this one subject which was hardcore cultist greenwashing. And that's when I started discovering all of these TED Talks critical of all of the propaganda that we were fed. And then I started to realize, wait a minute. Okay, we're pushing for all of these environmental interventions into our buildings, but if you actually look at the embodied energy and the cost of these interventions, it's not going to make any sense because the building will be torn down before that happens. So you're actually going to get a net negative. I became quite skeptical of everything that was fed to me. Other people just lap up that bullshit, tick all the boxes, and just do as they're told. And that's what a lot of Australians are. They're not skeptical. They won't think critically. How many we saw? Look at all those soy boys there in the fucking Greens. I mean, come on, hauling their placards there. Come on, how many of them you think critically? The soy won't allow them. The soy will block out. It'll bind to the testosterone and it will stop them from thinking. It's science. I'm probably making bullshit, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so sorry. That's just the thing. Okay, don't go out there going, it's stolen, because it ain't stolen, guys. People are just like that. Okay, this is Australia. It's the same people that love lockdowns. It's Australia. We're not a freedom-loving country. We're a bunch of lefties. This is why all the people who are shocked that we've got a country where you're forcing everyone to get the vaccines, I'm not surprised at all. This is what Australia's like, guys. People just don't realise it because we've had it so fucking good we didn't need to worry. That's what it is.
A major issue locally, through to narrow bypass, through to all the bypasses and you know, staying the course in terms of looking after Gilmore. So, you know, that's my focus.
Thank you, and you're in for a tense few days. Thank you, Andrew. Lee, panel, back to you.
Dan, thank you. We're going to go straight to Peter Dutton in Dixon where he's speaking.
To work hard in our community.
Did Dutton lose?
To help people realise our aspiration, to make sure that we can help their small businesses, that their families can survive and thrive. And together we've been able to do that. And
ooh, he may keep it.
3 years here in Dixon.
What is he? He's Voldemort, isn't he? How many? I've only had 4 rums. Only had 4 rums. Oh, fuck it. I'm going to feel it tomorrow, lads. I'm going to feel it tomorrow.
And I've been blessed to have an incredible family.
It's all good, Robert. All good. I'll crack a rum open for you, mate.
and to all of my extended family here tonight as well. It's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you tonight on a couple of things. One is that we have, as a Liberal family...
Australians only care about high house prices and tax concessions for their investment houses. Labor loses the negative gearing policy and then they can win. No, they can't win. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Sorry, they lost the negative gearing policy and they won. That's it. That's it.
Seats, but in many, the race is very tight. So I want to acknowledge the pain that they're going through tonight, their families, their supporters and our supporters across the country. There are some amazing people who support the Liberal Party day in, day out, through good times and bad, and they're wonderful people. They believe in their country and they are hurting tonight, so I really want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge the work of the Prime Minister, of the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Josh Frydenberg, our entire Cabinet and backbench. This has been a united team, and we've worked day and night through the last couple of years of great difficulty for our country. We've been able to put our country in a position that is the economic envy of the world. We've been able to provide support and leadership to the Australian people through very difficult times. And the leadership of the Prime Minister has been quite remarkable. The stewardship of the economy by Josh Frydenberg has been world-leading. And all of us within the National Security Committee, within the Expenditure Review Committee, have really been able to work as a united team. And I'm particularly proud of that.
In some ways, it's good that Liberal lost. It means that, you know, the whole incumbents winning during the pandemic and fear has disappeared. So it could be some new opportunities. Oh, crap.
Enjoy each other's company to, for many of you, relax and have a drink, because for a lot of people here, you've been up right through last night and you're coming up to 24 hours. So it is time for a bit of a break. But I just want to say thank you so much for your loyalty, for your support, for your friendship. And we have incredible days ahead of us, but I just want to say thank you for your support and for being here tonight. We live in a wonderful country and we have many challenges ahead as a country, and we need to make sure that we can meet those challenges and provide what is the best opportunity for our country to succeed. And I'm very proud to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much.
The Prime Minister has left Kirribilli, heading for the Liberal Party gathering at the Sofitel Wentworth Hotel, where the Liberal Party always gathers on election night, so we should be hearing from him fairly shortly.
Oh, wait for the Liberal, for ScoMo. Hang on, what are we looking at? Here we go. Wait, Steve is saying, I'm glad they lost. Have you ever met employees in their jobs too long? They get lazy, bigger pay rises and checks do no work, and you need new, young and hungry workers trying to prove themselves. Good. No, I agree. But are we getting young and hungry workers from Labor? Probably the Tealies. Maybe the Tealies. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Hope ScoMo waits. Got to get alcohol. To be quite honest, I'm looking forward to the new One Nation cartoon. I hope they still have funding to bring one more cartoon out for the actual election. I'll be so disappointed if they don't. What else? ScoMo agreed. Aussie Cossack for PM. Oh, no. Oh, did he run? Did he run? Have you guys had a look at Bettina Arndt's new video? Have you looked at that one? I suggest you check it out, her latest YouTube video. It's really good. Hang on, I'll find it for you. This one here about her son found not guilty. Guys, check that one out. You know, that's confronting. Showing some of the systems issues we have here in Australia. And is why I hope One Nation, Pauline Hanson gets in, because she's one of the few people that's advocating for men's rights. And that's a very confronting interview. I wouldn't watch it. Well, I wouldn't watch it now when I'm, tipsy and liable to get angry, because it's very confronting what happened to this young guy, a bloke who worked in childcare. He got completely screwed over, in jail for 7 months. You got to watch it. Oh, boy. Okay. David, don't let Scotty near a Macca's. Did that actually happen? Did he actually shit his pants at Macca's? Did this like happen? Or was it a uni thing? Or what, you know, what's it, you know, what's the thing? Guys, tell us. Get some single father. I'll keep up the good fight, mate. You know, I'll crack a rum to you. You should watch it. You probably follow a lot of single dads would. One person advocating for male men in this country. There you go. The rum has Florza angrier than a 16th century pirate. No, I'm chilled. I'm not that angry. We'll see. We'll see. Scotty did poo his pants and he tried to hide it. Wow. Remember lefties wear nappies. Oh, what's that? The internet historian? You ever watch him? And he's done this whole thing about like a furry convention. Oh, you know, I wonder how many of them are Greens voters. Probably all of them. Z loves watching the end of Australia. Oh, mate, we're a long way from the end of Australia. It's just going to be slightly more expensive to live in Australia. That's pretty much it, honestly. You know? Too many free Big Macs. Can't go wrong with it. Oh, shit, I'd like a Big Mac now. It's just because I've been drinking, honestly. That's about it, you know? What else? Labor runs states. Yeah, are the ones with the most tyranny. Yep, that's it. Normally we have... Hey, maybe the benefit to this is we'll get some, you know, Labor states lose. Maybe you'll get rid of Dan Andrews in Victoria. That could be the benefit to this. You know, Australians like to mix it up. So that could be good. Hopefully. We'll have to see. You know? Hang on. Am I wrong? Did the people vote for more punishment? Well, our neighbour voted for Labor because of the childcare subsidies. You know, there you go. Other people want different slices of the pie. They like the redistribution of money. Okay, let's check out Hunter. Let's see how Stu went. How'd he go? Come on, we'll do a refresh. Independent. Oh, 6.3%. Not bad. But the Greens beat him. You wouldn't think the Greens would beat him in a mining area. You know, put One Nation. Yep. Labor. Any seats anyone wants to look at? Universal income is inevitable. Oh, I hope not. I mean, the only way I'd love to see universal income is if we ditch the Centrelink employees. Fire all of them. Put them all on UBI. It's never going to happen. You want to look at Boner? Hey? Boner. I'm mature. I'm an adult. I've got 2 degrees, 6 kids. I'll grow up one day. Yep. You're looking at Ross. Liberal keeping it. How's WA's? Hang on, we'll have a look here. I'm going to keep ABC playing there, so I'll jump to it when ScoMo comes on. Which one? Oh, we had a super chat from Agent Smith. Thank you. You've been very, very generous tonight. These people voters would allow themselves to be loaded into the Bob cars. Yeah, well, yeah. You're right. Heise, how do you know Garn? Who's Garn? Is that Bond's nickname? If it is, it's because he was a fan of the channel. And I interviewed him at the last election. And we were trying to tee up a time to talk this election, as I was with other people, but I've been too busy. You know how it is. Labor full speed into recession. I don't know. I think Labor are just as inclined as Liberal to print the shit out of the economy, prop it up. I mean, in every, you know, that's what it's going to be, guys. It's just what it's going to be. I should look at Friendly Geordie's content and see the real reason why Liberals lost. I think you overestimate his reach. You know, he'll have a demo which is not going to be many Liberal voters. It's just preaching to the choir. You know? I can't say I meet anyone in business that I deal with that would know who Friendly Geordie is. You know? I'm talking adults. It's a bit different. You got to understand, you know, your YouTube, social media, it's just a bubble. Okay? The demo here of the channel, I can tell you, 90% male, most Australian, here on my channel. I could dig into a bit deeper. We've got people tied to the construction industry. That's a pretty, and real estate, that's a significant demo. Friendly Geordie is people who like scrotum keychains. You know, that's just the demo. And it's like when Sargon of Akkad ran for politics, or when other, you know, when, who was it, that Australian guy ran for Liberal Democrats. You get hardly any showing because you mistake large YouTube viewership for actually large real world viewership. It's very different. You know, you shouldn't think too big of yourself just because you're on YouTube. It's just a bit of fun. Particularly if you're getting pissed on election night. So what else? He wanted Kevin Rudd. Well, yeah, Geordie's just he's, you know, full-on Labor guy, isn't he? I like his real estate skits. I think they're pretty funny. You know? Yeah, younger generation, that's it. And younger generation are going to be predominantly Labor and Greens. You are until you start paying taxes too much and, you know, get kids and realise, learn a bit more how it's all bullshit. At least that was me at uni. Figured it out at uni. Going, wait a minute. You're telling me all this environmental modelling we're putting into houses, if you make this tiny little insignificant change, you throw all the numbers out. This is all bullshit. Then I started becoming a bit more sceptical. Just come to a time. Thank you for the UBI from Pub Test. UBI chats in the future. How did you go, Scott? What was your final number? You're running off the politics? You know? Hitting stacks. I'm young Gen Z, proudly not Labor, not Liberal, not Green, which is great, mate, but you're probably in the minority, like me. I remember at school, you know, more conservative than others. It's, yeah. It's kind of worrying where the country can head. But maybe we just need to experience it, you know? We need to experience it. I mean, the difference between the two big parties isn't that much. It really isn't that much. Here we go. Yeah. Bonner and Queensland. What else? Bent, why does no one want one nation? Because the media paints them as right-wingers, and they're not really. And, yeah. People don't want it. People want status quo. They want status quo. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Charlie. Thanks for covering the election and for keeping it real. I couldn't bear to listen to the media. You're more enlightening and entertaining. Thank you very much. I guess, you know, you're helping support my 3 yearly drinking. Go to bed, you sound like Joe Biden. Yeah, I'm waiting for ScoMo's speech. I'm exhausted, guys. You'd be surprised how tiring this is, sitting here and talking and rambling for 4 hours and looking at stuff and drinking. It's actually pretty exhausting. Flinders in Victoria. Okay. Flinders in Victoria. We'll wait for ScoMo and then we'll call it a night, hey? We've got to at least see ScoMo. I've got coffee right here. Rachel brought me a Stein. Mike needs to get on the carnivore diet, guys. Tell Martin, Mike Martins to get on the carnivore diet. Okay, he's got to give it a shot. Get on keto. Oh, here we go. We got ScoMo, boys.
It's wonderful to see you here tonight. Well, can I start tonight by firstly acknowledging the Gadigal people, their elders past and present and emerging. Can I also, as has been my custom ever since I became Prime Minister, to acknowledge any members of our Defence Forces who are here tonight and our veterans, and to say thank you for the country that you fought for and you've gifted to us, and for the freedom that we enjoy here today. It's a difficult night for Liberals and Nationals around the country, as nights like this always are. They are humbling, but so is victory. Victory is also humbling and always should be. Tonight, I've spoken to the Leader of the Opposition and the incoming Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and I've congratulated him on his election victory this evening. In this country, at a time like this, when we look around the world, and particularly when we see those in the Ukraine fighting for their very freedom and liberty, I think on a light night like tonight, we can reflect on the greatness of our democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so on a night like tonight, it is proper to acknowledge the functioning of our democracy. I've always believed in Australians and their judgment, and I've always been prepared to accept their verdicts. And tonight they have delivered their verdict, and I congratulate Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party, and I wish him and his government all the very best. Now, there are many votes still to count, that is true, and there are many pre-polls and postals that will still come in. But I believe it's very important that this country has certainty. I think it's very important this country can move forward, and particularly over the course of this week with the important meetings that are being held in Tokyo, I think it's vitally important that there's a very clear understanding about the government of this country. This has been a time of great upheaval over these past few years, and it has imposed a heavy price on our country and on all Australians. And I think all Australians have felt that deeply. And we've seen in our own politics a great deal of disruption as the way people have voted today, with major parties having one of the lowest primary votes that we've ever seen. That says a lot, I think, about the upheaval that is taking place in our nation. And I think it is important for our nation to heal and to move forward. But at the same time, 3 years ago, I stood before you and I said I believed in miracles. I still believe in miracles. I still believe in miracles, as I always have. And the biggest miracles, as I said 3 years ago, were standing beside me, and here they are again tonight with Jenny and Abby and Lily. They are the greatest miracle in my life. Thank you. Thank you. But there's another great miracle. Thank you. There's another great miracle which I want to give thanks for tonight, and that is the miracle of the Australian people. What Australians have endured over these past few years has shown a tremendous depth of character and resilience and strength. And each and every day, I've had the great privilege to lead this nation over the last more than 3.5 years. And the one thing I have always counted on has been the strength and resilience and character of the Australian people. It has been the Australian people, under the strong support of a strong government, that has enabled all of us to come through to where we are today. And I think that's something that all Australians can give thanks for as we move forward. But of course, I also said 3 years ago, how great is Australia? And how great is Australians? And that remains as true today as it was 3 years ago. We hand over this country as a government in a stronger position than we left it, than we inherited it when we came to government those years ago under Tony Abbott. Unemployment today is at the lowest level in 48 years. Australians leaving school, leaving university, getting their trades, know that they have the confidence of being able to go out there and get a job. and be able to realise their aspirations.
Thanks, Agent.
And that's what I wish for them. That's what I wish for this country, that Australians will always be able to realise the aspirations that they have for themselves and for their family and their community. We leave government having secured our borders many years ago, and we leave government having restored our nation's defences, restoring our investment in our defence forces and building up again the strength of our defence forces, so Australia can always say we might look to others, but we never leave it to others as a country, because as a government we've invested in the security of our nation and we leave it strong. Whether it's our AUKUS partnership or the many other things that we've done to secure our nation's defences, I will always be in deep gratitude to the men and women of our defence forces, our security intelligence agencies, our border protection agencies, our law enforcement agencies, who have done such an amazing job to keep Australians safe and keep Australians together over these years. But the other thing, friends, that we've been able to do is continue to guarantee the essential services that Australians rely on. I've always believed that the purpose of a strong economy is not an end in itself, but to ensure a stronger nation that can provide the services that its people depend upon. Our investments in doubling support for mental health, for addressing the devastating issues of suicide, to deal with the challenges that people face with spinal muscular atrophy, or the challenges of cystic fibrosis, and the many other things we've been able to address through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and record funding for Medicare. These things are made possible by the diligence and the efforts and the strong work of Australians in making a strong economy. And I hope and pray that that will continue, because that is what our nation depends upon. Can I finish by making a few thank yous? I do want to start by thanking John and Jeanette Howard. John, you've been in many campaigns.
Yeah, mate, it's pretty late.
John and Jeanette, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your counsel to all of us and all of those in our government. Can I also thank Barnaby Joyce tonight and all the Nationals? Barnaby, you've run a strong campaign and the Nationals have performed extremely well tonight. The coalition has been strong under our government, together with Michael McCormick as well. And I want to thank all of those in the Nationals for the terrific effort they've put in all around the country. Outside of politics, we will never take regional Australians for granted, and we'll never take regional Australia for granted. We know that regional Australia is where the strength and heart of our country is, and we will always support regional Australians as a coalition. To my dear friend and deputy, Josh Frydenberg. You've heard from Josh a little earlier tonight. Josh, I can't just call a friend, I can refer to him as a brother. Josh and I have a deep and abiding friendship, and it has been our great privilege together as the leader and deputy leader of the Liberal Party and as Prime Minister and Treasurer that we were able to work together to ensure Australia came through this pandemic with one of the lowest death rates in the world, the strongest economies in the world, and one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. I want to thank Josh for his tremendous economic leadership and support over the time that we have been in government, which has been one of the toughest times we've seen in government in at least 70 to 100 years, depending on which issue you're looking at. And Josh, I want to wish you and Amy and all of your family all the best for the future. I look forward to those counts improving, because Josh Frydenberg should be remaining in this Liberal Party and remaining in the federal parliament, because he is an outstanding individual and leader of our country. To Andrew Hurst, who I can see over there, Hursty, and all. And to John Olsen and the party president, I want to thank you and all of our volunteers who are here tonight and all around the country. Thank you so much for standing by us at this time, and I know you will continue to do that into the future. To my colleagues tonight who have had to deal with very difficult news and have lost their seats tonight, I as leader take responsibility for the wins and the losses. That is the burden and that is the responsibility of leadership. And as a result, I will be handing over the leadership at the next party room meeting to ensure that the party can be taken forward under new leadership, which is the appropriate thing to do. I have had the great privilege to lead this great party and to lead this great nation. And the reason I've been able to do that is I've been supported by so many. And I want to thank all of those colleagues tonight for all of their great work in service of their country. And you can feel proud of the service you've rendered. To all of those who've been elected again tonight, you carry forward that Liberal mantle, you carry forward that coalition flag. And I can only see myself continuing to support you in those efforts because the country will need you in the years ahead. Thank you. Can I thank John Kunkel and my own personal staff and team? Can I thank Julie down there in my electorate office there of Cook? My staff have been faithful and devoted and professional and untiring in the work that they've done to support me over these many years. And I want to thank them very much for their loyalty and their service and the fun times we've had together, the difficult times that you've helped me come through, the support you've given to Jenny and to my girls. We love you very much and we thank you very much. Of course, I've already acknowledged Jenny and Abby and Lily, the loves of my life. You only have to look at this stage to understand how important family is. Family is the fabric of our society. It is the fabric of our community, and only through stronger families can Australia truly be stronger in the future. My last thank you tonight is to the people of Cook. The people of Cook have supported me so strongly, and I will continue to be your representative, and I will continue to stand up for the values of our Shire. And St George, I thank you for your support today out there across southern Sydney, and I look forward to continuing to serve you to the best of my capability. But tonight, it's a night of disappointment for Liberals and Nationals, but it's also a time for coalition members and supporters all across the country to hold their heads high. We have been a strong government. We have been a good government. Australia is stronger as a result of our efforts over these last 3 terms. And over the next 3 years, I have no doubt, under strong leadership of our coalition, 3 years from now, I'm looking forward to the return of a coalition government. Thanks, everyone.
The Prime Minister there, bringing down the curtain.
There you go, guys. ScoMo's gone. ScoMo's gone. We want to wait and see for Albanese's speech. Should be on in any second. I'm pretty bloody tired, guys. Let me know. Oh, I'm ready to call it.
Remains to be seen, but what is clear is that he won't be seeking to recontest the leadership when the party room next gathers. And so there were the obligatory thank yous, gratitude expressed to everyone from John Howard through to his current staff and, of course, his family. And he's highlighting...
Drink more, Florian, to stay awake. No, I can't. I've hit it now. I've already done 3.5 rums. I'm pretty tired.
Seeing through the pandemic itself. So now off into the darkness. It's been a pretty subdued night here, as you would expect, Lee. There was reverential observance of some of the speeches, particularly Josh Frydenberg's, when it was broadcast in the room, but otherwise...
Yeah, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for joining me tonight, and we'll have to see where this all goes. So we now have, well... It's going to be interesting to see if Labor forms a coalition with one of the minors. But yeah, there you go. What do you reckon? Thanks for watching, everyone. Thank you for all the for joining me tonight. Cheers. And I'm going to go to bed. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. I've got to work tomorrow. I'm exhausted. It's pretty tiring. But no, thanks, guys, and I think I've got some Metricon stuff I want to talk about tomorrow. Take care, everyone, and Well, there you go. We're now living under Labor. Let's see if it makes any difference. And I'm tired. I got to go. Here's the outro. You know what to do. I'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to bed.